Alright, so hello everyone and welcome back to the Unmatched competitive tier list from summer 2025. I know it has been a long time since the last video. I was just due to a lot of university stuff, me having a lot of exams, and yeah, well, now the Cobble and Frogs tournament was also up there with a lot of planning, and yeah, it was a busy time. So, yeah, at least I have some more free time now, so be prepared. We will have some videos upcoming. Finally, again. Maybe I can post a lesson guide next week. Who knows? Um, but yeah, this time we'll look at the competitive tier list that me, myself, and a lot of other competitive players that I have brainstormed with would agree on right now. This is, of course, mostly based on the last two major tournaments being Cobble and Frogs and Spring Showdown. Although I have to say, in Spring Showdown, of course, there was a limited roster of only 30 characters. So a lot of the data that we got there is also only limited to, well, that roster, but at least we could experience a lot of the matchups better, especially with the Witcher characters, and see how they actually felt. Because, yeah, that will change a bit, a lot, especially with, well, some specific ones. Um, yeah, I'm very excited to go in. Just before we start, though, I know Battle of Legends Volume 3 is technically already out in the United States, but since we don't have an official release in EU yet, so also no actual files for TTS or Vorpal, um, we don't really have a good way to rank them yet. I will go over them at the end of the video. Um, over each character, what I think their strengths and weaknesses will be, and where I think they will fare with the other characters. I had a chance to play them at Cobble and Frogs, but mostly against each other. But I think that at least gives me some kind of basis to rate them somewhere appropriately, I hope. Well, we'll see how my predictions will fare in the future. Um, Witcher seems to have been kind of good, except for one character that was really off, but we'll see. Um, let's just start. Yeah, this one won't be the usual tier list you saw. It will be just like the full tier list, where, yeah, this will be a long one. Woohoo. Grab yourself some snacks, maybe get one or two bottles of water. I also got one here next to me because I will try to record this in one go again. So yeah, I'll have fun sitting here for 4 hours again. Um, yeah, maybe, I don't know, you wanted to listen to this while you fall asleep or anything as background noise. Feel free to screenshot any of the slides that I have up here. If you're interested in certain characters, I will put timestamps in the description for you for the different tiers, not for each character. That would be a bit lot, uh, and also not really like nice for you to skip through. But yeah, as always, we will start with the F tier. This time it's from the 58th, so the worst, until the 53rd character. Um, of course, we have 6 new characters with Witcher, so placements will differ a bit. Um, I also decided not to incorporate any win rates this time, just due to, well, the Cobble and Frogs not actually having official win rates, and the ones for Spring Showdown, well, they're in a limited roster, so I didn't feel like it would really represent the characters really well, because also half of them wasn't even in there. So yeah, what I decided to do this time is to compare this to my previous list and see how each character kind of compares with their placements. So, for example, in the after here, we have the worst of the worst that are basically unplayable in competitive and like have one or two playable matchups maybe. You just shouldn't pick them in any tournament setting in 1v1 at least. And they just can be exploited easily. So, well, their placement won't really change much. For example, here, Spike we have in last place. Who would have thought? Um, You'll see at the top right that I have this downwards pointing arrow with a 6, so he fell off 6 places from last to last again, but from 52nd to 58th. So yeah, if it's only 6 down, basically the character will be in the same spot as before. With 7 down or worse, yeah, they fell off a bit, and anything less or even jumping up, which would be an insane feat, to be honest. Yeah, you'll see that I'll go over it each slide, and I think you'll get the thing in like, I don't know, 2, 3 slides. But yeah, let's just properly start this time. For Spike, I mean, he has some pros. He has a decent amount of draw. He has a good sidekick with Drusilla, with decent defenses and good movement effects. Also, the sight is just one of the best schemes technically in game with chosen discard and technically too somehow. Um, but of course, his cons are, well, he doesn't really have a hero ability. Basically, every character in the game can just kite him forever. So yeah, he won't ever get any of his shadow effects, except if he, I don't know, can somehow no, there's no way. Well, yeah. Also, he has no passes once Drusilla is dead, so yeah. I mean, at that point, you don't really play the game anymore. He does have two good matchups. Just like last time, it's Daredevil and T-Rex, because those two actually have to approach you, and the bad matchups are basically everyone else. You'll also see that, well, yeah, sure, these slides will, for at least a lot of the bottom and high tier characters, not differ that much, because, well, these characters are still as bad as before. But yeah, if there was any change with regards to Witcher characters in matchups, I of course changed that here, and if there was any like mistake or something that changed a bit about the character, it will also be marked. So yeah, for number 57, we have Angel. Again, staying in second last. So dropping 6, which is basically the same. Um, for pros, again, I mean, you have good draw with your ability. You have a really strong sidekick with Faith that can deal 6 auto damage with her schemes and has 2 printed 5s, which is really good. Overall, you have a lot of 5 value attacks, which are good. But of course, negatives, I mean, the ability can't just be exploited so much because you have to draw a card after you lose a combat on attack. That's just, if that was a May, the ability might have been good, but this way it's just sad. Yeah, you also only have a max of 3 value blocks. Um, that's not good, especially if for a character with 16 health and basically no healing. You also have no pass once Faith is dead again and just can be kited forever. It's kind of the same pattern as with Spike, but in this case, you actually have a good matchup that is just weird overall. You have a good matchup into Sherlock, because Sherlock actually won't hit you back that much. So yeah, your low blocks don't do much. He doesn't have a good way to really clear off Faith, so you have a lot of 5 value attacks that you can just keep slapping him with, and the auto will probably trigger. So yeah, against Sherlock, Angel is actually playable. It's still not great because it's Sherlock, but I mean, it can work. So, yeah. Next up, to kind of finish the holy Buffy trio of badness, Willow. Again, staying in 56th place or third last. Um, yeah, we have some good things about Willow. You have potentially 7 value attacks. You have great recursion with Terra with knowledge of the craft. You have 5 cancels, potentially more if you're a current one. Um, Bad thing about it is your blocks. You're a 14 health character with 2 5 value blocks and the rest is 3s or lower. Your dark effects are mandatory, so if the opponent attacks you, you take damage, you become Dark Willow. Well, you don't really have a way to become Light Willow until the end of your turn. You're just too reliant on Terra as well to get the value out of Knowledge of the Craft, because you lose so much value yourself by blind boosting. Plus, if you don't have Terra there, well, you only have Meditation to actually switch, which is not great, and you have low health, so the opponent will just slap you, and then your Dark Willow, and then you don't really want to slap them back because, yeah, sure, you might deal 1 or 2 damage, but you'll lose cards the whole time. Um, and it's just bad for you overall. You don't really have any really good matchups into the top tiers or like relevant ones. Willow just kind of exists. She's not as bad as Angel and Spike, even though those have like matchups that can be played into higher ups, but still, yeah, I don't know. It's just Willow. I mean, these bottom tier characters are just, yeah, they're fun at 2v2, and okay, that's new. I mean, that's so fun. Like, it's midnight. How can one be so loud at this time? Please, just, yeah, you started your motorcycle now. Please drive away. Yeah, almost. Come on. Yeah, wonderful. Okay. Again, I'm recording this just in one go at the time. I thought, like, yeah, I'll do it in the night because then there's less noise and less distraction. And yeah, but, well, about that. Again, we'll just keep continuing. Um, Number 55, Squirrel Girl. Again, nothing really changed. So, yeah, regarding to replacement, again, bad. Um, she does have some good things. She has potentially 9 value attacks. She has a great fatigue game with a lot of passes, actually. She has 4 cancels, 2 of which are 4 value ignores as well, if you have just enough scrolls next to them. Um, but that's also like the big issue. You need your scrolls for most of your effects. Scrolls can cancel, so the opponent can farm effects on them. If they have some kind of AoE effect, looking to, I don't know, Path from Little Red or Lightning Storm from Tesla, yeah, well, you won't have a fun time. Um, Also, scrolls, of course, as small fighters die when you hit one of them, and each other one on the space dies, which is just meh. It just feels bad, especially if you have to surround the opponent with like 8 of them to actually get a good attack. And on top of that, you have low health yourself with 13, so yeah. The opponent can just kind of either slap you and you take too much damage and can't really approach. You have a max boost of 2, so wonderful. Any move 5 map, you will never get to them. Woohoo. And then it can just always farm attacks and passes on your scrolls while they just stay 5 away. Wonderful. And then at some point you die. You do, however, have 2 good matchups, but those are very specific because they only really count on the secret passage maps, being Baskerville and King Solomon's. But on those 2, you actually probably slightly counter Muldoon, so Injin, and Sun Wukong, which is funny. Reasons for that: with Muldoon, you can pop traps with scrolls, making him overdraw a lot. Plus, you can easily get to him and attack him a lot with these squirrels. Even though they don't have so many attacks, it can still be kind of bad for a fighter like Muldoon who doesn't have many great defenses, so the opportunities you'll have to get in with Squirrel Girl will just be even better because he'll have less defenses. And with Wukong, the funny thing is he can't summon a clone adjacent to him if there is a scroll in that space because he can only summon stuff in empty spaces. So you can just deny him from actually getting his clone wall up, meaning you can attack him a lot. Sure, he still has his usual Ox form, Jingabang, mind games, and makes you lose a lot of value, but at least you can get to him and attack him a lot, which, if you didn't think about it, yeah, attacking a character that doesn't want to be attacked is a good idea. So, yeah, those 2 are definitely good on these maps and playable. Other than that, I wouldn't pick her. I mean, for the memes, sure. But yeah. Then we'll get to the first character that actually sees a bit of change, being Oda at number 54. Now you see there's a red arrow at the top now with a 7, meaning he actually dropped 1 place, because 6 is basically the norm, because we have 6 new characters. So yeah, Oda actually dropped a bit. Reasons to that we'll get into. But yeah, for the pros, we have many strong attacks with the honor guards, of course. With your ability, you get +1 on any attack or defense if they are in Oda zone. And I mean, 5 value cancel, 3 value ignore, just throwing sixes. That's good. You also have an insane amount of draw, so you can pressure really easily. And you have a potential health total of 40 if you trigger all your healing perfectly with your two honor guards. Now, the problem on that is, of course, at first you have trash boost values, meaning since you have to flank them, you can't really often get the flank if they position right because you won't be able to flank them with two fighters if they just like put themselves in some kind of corner where you have to reach for six to actually get to them on the other side. So that doesn't work. Also, once your honor guards are dead, even once one is dead, you basically lose half of your damage. And once both are dead, yeah, you can't do anything. Um, because all of your high attacks are in them. Sure, you have two shifts with Oda that you can use later yourself, and the two fives. But yeah, that's basically it. That's four fives, two of which will draw you cards probably, which is bad and fatigue. So yeah, at that point, when the guards are dead, the opponent has to be at like 2 or 3 health, or otherwise you just won't do anything. Other than that, you also have low value blocks, and the guards can't cancel, so it is really easy to farm effects on them, or just kill them outright with effects. Um, or kill them overall, to be honest, because hey, you only have 2 3 value blocks for them, being shifts that, sure, in Oda Zone are fours, but if they have some kind of movement effects to move them out or anything, yeah, you just can't do much. You have some good matchups, being Tomoe, Raptors, and Genie, just the same as before. Tomoe, of course, doesn't really like sidekicks, which is why your honor guards are even better into her. Raptors, of course, will try to surround you, which doesn't really work because you have so many also tanky fighters. And, well, Raptors don't have that many defenses, and you can just out-pressure them. And Genie is actually out also fine just due to the sheer amount of draw and pressure that you have. Now, why did he fall off? Um, some of the other pretty bad characters actually had some niche uses into some of the Witcher characters, especially Leshen. Leshen will be a fun one. Um, but Oda just doesn't really do anything against any of them. So yeah, that's why he fell off one. It's not like the biggest thing in the world, because yeah, if you're like fourth from the bottom or fifth, it doesn't really matter. But yeah, it can change a bit. And then we have Jekyll and Hyde, which, as you see again, also dropped off a bit. This time 2 spaces. Spaces. I'm playing too much Unmatched. Sorry. Places. For the pros, sure, you have a lot of auto damage. You have Pure Evil, you have the other scheme. It's a lot. It's a lot. You have Forever Hide, which is technically one of, if not the highest value attack in the whole game. And you have a lot of good value blocks. You have your skirmishes, you have your other blue force, you have your versatile force as Mr. Hyde. I forget the names. Um, So yeah, you have good blocks and then also high attacks with like Forever Hyde and the other 2 5s with Mr. Hyde, or the 3 that becomes a 6. So technically you have everything you need. You have auto, you have great defense, you have high value attacks. What could go wrong? Well, you are playing 1.5 characters basically. Um, and your deck isn't really suited for that because you have 11 cards that are unique to each one of them. So at any time in the game, you can basically only use half of your deck, which means you're limited to such an amount that the opponent can just pressure you in one form, and then you have to switch to the other because you just don't have cards for them anymore. Also, Hyde takes self damage when he maneuvers, so even if the opponent knows, okay, you have a decent hand size, well, they'll just run away because you will take damage having to approach them. And technically, your counter to that is pure evil. At least it's meant to be, but of course, that only places yourself in your zone. So if the opponent just plans around that a bit, it doesn't work. The form change is just exploitable, and playing with half of your hand or deck just makes you a lot more predictable and like can be exploited a lot, and you're really inconsistent because you also have to have like the right cards at the right time for the right form, which, yeah, just sadly doesn't really work in competitive. Sure, if you have a god draw with Jekyll and Hyde, you can have some good games, but that happens maybe, I don't know, 10% of the games. So any competitive player will just say, please don't. Now, you do have some good matchups, one of which is Luke Cage. Reason for that is your insane amount of auto damage. Again, with your pure evils, you're already bringing him down to half health. Then you have 4 printed 5s, which is another 4 guaranteed damage. And yeah, then your other scheme will basically do the rest. So you technically start with a guaranteed lethal and just have to get there, and he will have to approach you enough times to actually make it work once you kill Misty. So that isn't a big problem. Daredevil also is decent for you. You have your 3 feints, and you can punish him really hard once he comes in. And again, a lot of auto damage, which is good. And then Bruce, who also suffers from auto damage, plus you have a lot of movement effects, both for Jekyll and Hyde. So yeah, he can't really combo you that well, and then just gets slapped in return. And that would be it for the F tier. Here you'll see it just like in the last one. I'll always put these, uh, well, little checks here just to remind you what we already have. And now we'll move on to D tier, which is from number 52 to 47. Now, here is where you'll find characters that are still, well, just easily exploitable, but their flaws are not that crucial. And in a very specific setup, they can actually work wonderfully. We just saw that in Cobble and Frogs. If you were there, you know what I mean. With a specific character that just won games that they shouldn't have won. But yeah, they usually lack a way to finish the game. They might have a decent game plan from the start, but then something is still missing at the end. But of course, in the right matchup, it can work. So let's start with Spider-Man. Spider-Man actually stays in the same place as last time. Nothing really changed about him. Maybe his matchup spread even got a bit worse into Witcher, but I don't think it matters that much for him. Um, of course, you have your pro of your ability, being knowing which printed value the opponent is attacking with. Now, the information you get from that is very different from each character to another. If you're playing against, I don't know, Houdini, sure. Yeah, it might help you to know there is a 2 for a big reveal, or for my next trick, or 3 for flourish. Or he could just say 1 and play sleight of hand, and you know, well, hmm, nothing. On the other hand, if you're playing, I don't know, She-Hulk, and you know when she's coming in with the leap toward, and then she says, well, it's a 3, you know it's a 9. So you can actually play around her mind games really well. Also against Wukong, it works wonderfully. But bad thing is, in competitive play, we usually always can kind of expect what the opponent is attacking with, and we'll just play around worst case scenario. So the ability actually doesn't give us that much of an advantage as his kit makes it think. Because of course he's designed in the way that the ability gives you so much of a knowledge boost that the rest of his deck had to be turned down a bit, because otherwise he would be too versatile and too oppressive, because you can't really do anything about it because you have to tell him basically what you're attacking with. Um, Now it is still a pro to know that, sure. You also have 3 print 6s to actually punish the opponent afterwards, and you have a decent amount of healing. But the bad thing is, like I said, your deck is planned in a way that you have extra knowledge, so your blocks in particular had to be very bad. Because if, for example, you had a feint, because you don't have cancels in Spider-Man's deck, if you had a feint and Sinbad, I don't know, came in and said, yeah, I'm attacking with a 2. Well, it could be an offensive feint, sure, but most of the time it will just be a voyage, so you can't always call out the voyage right. That is just such a huge advantage in any game against any character that wants to trigger some very specific effects, that it would just be a bit too strong because the opponent would just feel bad because they're like, yeah, hey, I'll attack you with my Void Charm, but yeah, you cancel it anyways because you know it's coming. Whereas in other games, there would be the main game of maybe attacking with a regroup first. Here, that just isn't the case. So they had to give him lower blocks or worse blocks so that his ability doesn't become that oppressive. Now, since his ability doesn't really do much, like I said, the bad side about not having good blocks is, well, now everyone will just slap you to death, and you don't have cancels, so yay! Yeah, overall, your effects are just very lackluster. Yeah, you have so many common cards in worse. For example, you have like Thwip, which is basically a worse disengage in any way. You have your Wall Crawler, which is basically a worse disengage. You have Snark, which just exists, I guess. Like basically all of your cards except for your Print Sixes are just turned down to such a point where, yeah, you just played a worse version of a different character. Now, you still have some good matchups, one of which is Dracula, because of course, well, you can call out the Beast form. And yeah, with your Web Slingers, you can only take 2 damage from it, so if you get that right, that's good. Also, Robin, calling out highway robberies usually is pretty good, and you deal a lot of effect damage back to him with the counter strike, with the counter attack, sorry, plus print sixes. So yeah, you basically almost start with a guaranteed lethal against him. And one that is also playable, at least on Spidey's map, is Bigfoot, funnily enough. Because yeah, in that case, you're dealing 2 back is pretty good. That's 6 auto onto him. Your 6s are another 6 damage. So yeah, you only need to find 4 damage somewhere, and that is actually doable. So yeah, the Bigfoot one is also playable, but not great. Other than that, yeah, you just suffer from being the kind of beginner character that Restoration wanted for new players to get into the game a bit easier and have a more fun time and not being called out by like some good players playing Wukong and then messing you up with mind games with Ox into Rio or something. Yeah, they just wanted to avoid that. And sure, yeah, he is a good starting character, but yeah, once we get to competitive play, his ability just doesn't really do anything. And then we'll get to the King, Arthur, which just got an upgrade in Witcher. Yeah, we'll get to that. Yeah, Arthur dropped 1, which isn't that much. His matchup strat didn't really change. He still has big attacks with boosts. Merlin is still the same menace that he was before, and Arthur still has a decent fatigue game with a lot of passes and being an 18 health fighter. But the same cons apply again. Your ability can be fainted, and since you select to boost before the opponent actually has to defend, yeah, the opponent knows when you will attack with a boost, so they can just plan their feints around it. Sure, you have Excalibur as the feint punish to deal 4, but you only have that twice per game. So sure, if you get that, it's 8 guaranteed damage. That sounds good, but other than that, what you're doing? Not much. On top of that, your boost values again are really bad. You only have 5 3 boosts in the whole deck, one of which is Excalibur, and the second one is Excalibur if you recurred. So yeah, you basically only have 3 boosts in the deck. So if at some point Merlin dies, you are stuck in place and either have to use your 3 boosts to reach them, at which point you don't really deal damage anymore, or you just can't reach at all. And then you can't attack. Cool. On top of that, you just have bad blocks. Like your blocks are so bad. Sure, you have the skirmishes, but you really want to attack with them usually, because otherwise you don't have damage. Shift doesn't work. You have divine intervention, which exists. It's good, okay, but not more. And what else? Feint, sure. Yeah, Merlin has bewilderment to stay alive, but in high level gameplay, people just throw offensive feints into him, and then yeah, because it's more worth killing Merlin and then not making Arthur reach at all than canceling Arthur's ability the 1 extra time or something. So yeah, he does have good matchups into Little Red, because of course Red only has 2 feints and low value defenses technically that care about dealing damage back, and since you have 18 health, you can kind of don't care, and just slap her over it. And Achilles can be fatigued on your map if you're playing on move 5 just due to your amount of passes and great fatigue games. So you just nuke Pat at the start with an Excalibur, boost it, and then just run away. But yeah, maybe something like Houdini is also playable, I guess. But it's not great, and you basically have bad matchups into almost anything else. And then we'll get to Hamlet, who again also dropped one basically. Well, Hamlet still has the same duality of stuff in his deck. Um, you have big attacks on not to be turns. You don't have big attacks on to be turns. You have your mind game with Day of Your Doom. So yeah, sure, you either throw an 8 at them or you throw a 4 that ignores their value if they play their high value versatile, which is great. You have a lot of healing with the random discards, with Ghost, or even Sleep Regenerative Dream. Um, it's a lot, but of course you're taking a lot of self damage, so yeah, it kind of balances out. And then you have potentially 5 discards, 3 of which are random, which overall, just that sounds good, right? You have 8 value attacks, 4 value ignores, a lot of healing, 5 discards. What could go wrong? Yes. Just yes. You don't have cancels for first. Sure, you have an end turn, which can function as an after combat cancel, but you don't really have cancels in the real say. Your blocks overall are just abysmal. Like, you don't have a single print 4 block, which says a lot. You have 3 print 3s, and everything else is 2 or lower. Sure, you have Madness, but yeah, it doesn't. It depends on the opponent's hand size, and offensive fate exists. So yeah, that isn't great. Your fatigue game is abysmal because, of course, either you're taking 2 self damage at the start of your turn, or you're drawing 2 cards on each maneuver while only having 2 passes. So yeah, you can basically half your deck count the whole time. Um, so you're on an insane clock. You'll have to boost a lot, and surprise, surprise, your boost values are also bad. Or like they aren't bad, but they aren't your important cards that you need to attack with. So, well, have fun attacking with only, I don't know, one day of your doom the whole game because you have to boost with the other ones. Nice. Your good matchups, Black Widow. She dies. Just attack her a lot with not to be. You don't really care. Her attacks aren't that high, and she needs to play a long game with discard to actually make you struggle, and you just kill her before that. Sinbad as well. You can actually play quite well around. And Genie again. But anyone else, I wouldn't really enjoy it. The Moon Knight one is playable, maybe. Mm. Sisters exist, which is okay. But yeah, those are like, yeah, sure, if you want to find a cool Hamlet matchup, maybe try them. But your only ones that I would consider at least even or maybe slightly Hamlet favored are these ones. This is just, I love it. Winter Soldier at 49. Dropped 10, meaning he actually dropped technically 4, which is just, I love it. Well, of course, this is my take on him, and I know many people, especially in the Russian community, disagree on this a lot. But yeah, my take on him. Sure, you have an infinite deck, which the opponent can't do anything about. It's not like where with Daredevil you can cancel it or something. Nah, you just have an infinite deck because you can't be cancelled. Nice. You have 6/6 value attacks to throw back at them if they try to pressure you, and your attacks, your effects can't be cancelled. So sounds good, doesn't it? Well, again, your effects are bad for you. The effects basically always give some kind of benefit to the opponent. Your deck is insanely inconsistent, having like basically 8 dead cards in the deck the whole time with like marksman's program to kill, boy named Bucky. It's just not great. You have not many good blocks, so often the opponent will just pressure you and keep slapping at you, and you can't really afford to slap them back because your cards will give them movement or draw effects or anything to keep up pressure or pin you or anything else. You have unreliable healing, so you basically are stuck at a 15 health fighter, and you don't really have card draw except for manipulation, which, yeah, is again unreliable or gives the opponent draw. So that's not great. You have some good matchups, which are actually into very high tier characters. Golden Bat, he actually doesn't have a way to pressure you, same as Medusa or Wukong really. Against those characters, you can play your scummy game and then just slap them back with sixes if they ever get to you, because they won't really have the damage to kill you before you kill them. Which is actually the way I've seen Winter Soldier being played the most, not as this scummy fatigue fighter, but actually slapping the opponent back, dealing damage back with Born in the Barracks. Not complete the mission. Born in the Barracks was the healing. Oh my god. Yeah, dealing damage back with complete the mission, maybe into Golden Red 7, you both take 4, and then you slap him with two sixes and say, okay, what now? Wanna slap me again? Well, you die. Yeah, for Dusa, she won't really deal you damage that much if you just block her second shots well with feints or complete, and then you just fatigue her. Wukong as well, you can just afford to basically boost away all of your cards because you have an infinite deck, right? Um, Ghost Rider will usually die against your pressure. And Leshen, well, Leshen relies on you having to approach, and guess what? If you have an infinite deck, you don't have to approach. But other than that, I don't think there is any matchup that I would at least try to play Winter Soldier in. Maybe if there's something out there, prove me wrong, sure. But he's just way too inconsistent for me to consider him in any draft. So yeah, that's why he dropped a lot. And who dropped even more is Dr. Settler. Now, as you see, this is a drop of 14 places, which, well, technically it's like 8, but that's a lot. That's one of the highest drops that you'll see in the whole list. And there are reasons for that, which we'll get into. Well, for the pros, you have 10 auto, which is really, really good. You have insane survivability. Like, if you get every healing right, you have like a total health of like over 40, which is bananas. It's insane. You have good card draw. It's like almost any card that doesn't need to draw you cards draws you an additional card, like your healing or like future ex Mrs. Malcolm. I mean, something like that. And you can handle aggression like no other. So if you are playing against any type of Unga Bunga fighter, yep, Settler works. But against anything else, she doesn't do anything. Because you can run on low on inside once Malcolm is dead, and Malcolm doesn't have great defense. So once he dies, you only get one inside token each turn, basically, if you maneuver attack. And that means you don't really have scary attacks anymore. You are very bad against cancels because, well, guess what? You don't have a single print 4 in your whole deck. So, yeah, the opponent can just feint forever and chill. You also don't have a single pass, so your fatigue game is abysmal. The opponent will just kill Malcolm and then kite you until oblivion. So if they don't have to approach you, well, there's not much you can actually do. You'll just keep chasing them for the whole game, only having a good attack once every like 3 turns, maybe if you double maneuver in between. And in that case, the opponent will just, yeah, high value block or feint or do anything else, and cool. You do have good matchups again against those Unga Bunga characters like T-Rex, like you're the biggest T-Rex counter in existence. There's this fun video with baked goods where they actually played Settler against T-Rex and Hanging Gardens with the monitor turned off, so they didn't know where everyone was or something, and the Settler still won, which is just so funny to me. You do have a decent game against Yanenga because, of course, Yanenga doesn't have cancels and doesn't attack for that high values, so Malcolm will often stay alive and get his discards, in which case you will heal a lot because her boost values are so high. Also, your AoE effects are really good against her 2 health archers, which just fits all of your auto damage, just like 2 damage. So against our archers, that's perfect. Little red will try to deal your damage back, which doesn't really work because you have so much healing. Also, mouth doesn't really work due to your low print value attacks. Luke is actually one way you can play fatigue because yeah, he will have to approach you, and then you deal 10 auto damage back to him, and at some point he will die, which is really good. And Moon Knight as well is playable because of course he will come in and stab you with Khonshu, in which case you can't really deal damage back. But against Moon Knight, it's the way where you actually use some of your decent attacks like the Print Zero to defend and then actually slap him back with your auto damage into Mr. Knight. So that actually creates a fun game loop where you can play it, but other than that, you just have so many bad matchups into high tiers that she's just not really playable. Then, Buffy, staying in the same spot. She still has like the same pros and cons as before. You can move through opponents, which is really good, of course, against one health sidekick characters, which is also kind of like the theme of her deck, because you have so many ping damages. So any kind of one health sidekick character will not be that great into Buffy. You have a choosable psychic, a gimmick that we will see in a better way with Geralt later, but still the option to choose between like a more scheme heavy deck with supportive stuff like chosen discard and card draw, or just having the brawl potential of Xander with another couple of 4s and 2 6s. It's just really good to have that option to decide in each matchup. Um, you don't have that many high value attacks. You have your 5s, and if you don't play Xander, that's kind of it because, well, Daring Strike will usually not win, and then you take damage yourself. You also have a low starting health, and even if you like select the right psychic in any matchup, your defenses for them are pretty bad. So they will usually just be a target on the opponent's mind, and then just die in the first 4 turns or something, and then they maybe play 2 of their cards. At which point, cool. What are you doing now? So yeah, your good matchups, sidekick characters. Muldoon, Robin, Shakespeare. Wukong is technically playable in practice. It's not. So yeah, have fun. But yeah, these are at least playable. You can just chip away at the hero that doesn't have good defenses and survive. Whereas bad matchups is almost everyone else, but these 3 are just so good for you that I rated them a bit higher. So that was it for D tier. And as you see, there might be some characters that are not on here that usually would be on here. So yeah, there were some funky stuff which we'll get into in the C tier now, which is from 46th to 41st place. These are characters that can work in specific matchups a lot more. They're only really used as counterpicks, and they're often still better options. But if you have some kind of character in these that you one trick, yeah, go for it. They're usually only played if the player is really comfortable with them, so you know them really well. But if you do, they can actually become pretty valid and viable in drafts because, of course, since they're so low in the tier list format, not many people will actually know how to play against them. So if you are able to one trick one of these and make them work in a draft, yeah, that's scary. We just saw that in Cowboy and Frogs. We'll see. First off, Invisible Man. One of the 2 characters that I had a pretty funky opinion shift in. uh, thank Labs for that. As you see, he is the first character that we have to only have dropped 4 spaces, meaning he actually jumped up 2 if we consider not having Witcher fighters, if that makes sense, right? Because you have 6 new fighters, but he only dropped 4, so he actually moved up 2 That makes sense. Um, that's why the arrow is yellow. Invisible Man, of course, has 10 auto damage, which the opponent can do nothing about, which is really good. You have two 5-value cancels on attacks that the opponent, again, can't really do anything about, which is perfect. You have great defense values due to your fog tokens giving you +1 on basically everything. So you have so many 4 blocks, so many 3s, and even a couple of 5s, which is great. You have really good mobility with fog tokens, which of course, yeah, the opponent can block them with sidekicks, which can be not so good. But I mean, if it's with 1 health sidekicks, you at least have a way to deal with that, technically. But yeah, your main way of winning a game is by dealing 10 auto, another 2 or 5s with the cancels, and then play fatigue, because of course you have so many passes. So many. With vanishes, step lightly's, and then yeah, Reign of Terrors. That's a lot. The problems are, of course, you don't have defensive cancels. Sure, you have an ignore, technically, with impossible to see, but against characters that just want to deal you effect damage or just farm any kind of discards on you or something, that will usually work. Also, yeah, sure, you have two 5-value attacks and then 10 auto, but that's kind of it for damage wise. So, against characters with higher health pools, you can actually lack a bit of damage. So, you're too reliant on actually winning the game in fatigue that at some point it will not work because the opponent will just slap you back more and thus farm passes on attacks. And if you can't really do anything about that and deal them damage back, well, you will lose over time. Also, the opponent can mess with your fog tokens, which I don't know why they did that. Maybe they thought it would be too oppressive. But yeah, almost all of your decent cards, if you want to make them work, the opponent will, after that, get to move your fog tokens. So yeah, they can move them away from you so you don't have +1 defense anymore, or they can just set them in awkward positions where you don't want them to be, at which point you maybe cannot reach that often. And yeah, it just feels bad. But you still have some pretty damn good matchups. Ghost Rider. Ghost Rider has a max print block of 3, meaning your surprise attacks are really good. Really, really good. Plus, he will have a very bad time roaming through you if you're warping from one side of the map to the other. So, against Ghost Rider, your fatigue game is insane. He will take basically 14 guaranteed damage due to surprise attacks and the 10 auto. So there's only 3 health left, so that's 2 maneuvers in fatigue, and he dies. Which you can pull off pretty reliably against him. Alice, you have a similar strat. Because Alice, of course, has 13 health and her only healing is on Looking Glass. Meaning, if you deal her 10 auto and then attack with your 2 5s, she actually cannot play Looking Glass on defense and get the healing because first it will get cancelled, and second, if she isn't small, she will just die over it. So you have 10 guaranteed damage, and then again, it's 2 maneuvers in fatigue. Achilles, as well, you can just fatigue, and She-Hulk as well. Against She-Hulk, you actually have the fun thing of offensive surprise attacking Lady Justice, which is one of the most satisfying things I have ever seen. Um, and then Luke as well. 10 auto, 2 5s is 12 damage. 1 maneuver. That's all it takes. He can't really recur anything with still standing because of your fog token +1 defense. And then he just lacks damage. And the Luke matchup is actually one that was played at Cowboy and Frogs, and Invisible Man won that, and then somehow he also won against Moon Knight. Wow. So yeah, maybe I'll have to try that one again. But yeah, apparently Invisible Man can do stuff against Moon Knight. So yeah, his placement actually went up a bit. I also think he has an okay-ish game into Leshen, which is fun. So yeah, Invisible Man surprised me a bit. But maybe I underrated him a bit and his capabilities. I thought he got outclassed in his fatigue game and was just too relying on it, but apparently there are still people who can make him work, which, well, I like it. And then, oh boy, you see there's a green arrow pointing upwards. Cloak and Dagger moved up 3 spots. Which means, in total, if we consider the 6 new characters, they moved up 9 spots from the last list at number 45 now. Oh boy. For pros, Cloak and Dagger, of course, have great combo potential. If you ever are caught out of defense against them, you are dead. If you ever have only a 2 block without any type of movement, you're dead. They have great movement effects, so if you ever play against Cloak and Dagger on Raptor Paddock, oh boy, it's a nightmare. Um, they can move around a lot, they can move the opponent a lot, forcing them into bad positions. You have pretty decent board control in that way because you have 2 high health characters that you can chill around with. Not just like a hero and a sidekick where the sidekick can easily die, but you have 2 8 health characters, which is really nice. And again, you have many movement effects and you can move the opponent, so that's great. And technically, you have a lot of discards if you're attacking with Cloak. Now, I don't think the competitive or like the Cloak and Dagger players actually play that way of Cloak. Like usually the goal is to kill with Dagger. But yeah, I mean technically you can. Just play against Squirrel Girl and farm discards on the squirrels. Have fun. Uh, for the cons, well, you only have 4 3 value boosts, so you can only reach 5 spaces 4 times in a game. You have no passes, which means you have the initiative the whole time. You also only have 8 health on each character, so the opponent might be able to, well, focus one out, and then the other one doesn't do much. Usually they try to kill Dagger, because at that point you don't really have a win condition anymore. You also have no real healing, to be honest, because, yeah, sure, you have Light Force, or what is the name of the card? The 3 versatile that heals. Um, which is just too conditional. Yeah, sure, if Cloak defends, then Dagger heals, or if Dagger attacks, then Cloak heals. But since the opponent usually just attacks Dagger, attacking with it with Dagger won't heal Cloak, and since Cloak won't be attacked, Dagger can't heal. So yeah, you technically you just have no healing. Let's say it that way. Um, and you have low value blocks. Now, that did change a bit due to the ruling change that I also talked about last time, I think, with your blue 2, where if Dagger plays it, even if Cloak is already defeated, it still counts as a 4. But yeah, that doesn't really change a lot because your other 4 value versatile you don't really want to block with because hey, it could be a 6 value attack, and other than that you only have 3s. So yeah, you still have low value blocks, so one of them can still die pretty easily, but I mean, if you make them work, especially on Raptor Paddock, they are scary. Now for good matchups, Yenenga. Yenenga doesn't have any cancels, which is already pretty good, so you can reliably get your action gain effects with Cloak. Yenenga also usually just defends for 3, which is pretty good. And she doesn't have that kind of high value attacks to actually burst one of them down. She just attacks a lot, which you don't really mind because you have a decent amount of blocks. It's just the value of them that is kind of lackluster. Then Leshen. Leshen just puts 8 wolves in your face, which you can farm discards of. And then he only has 9 blocks for the whole game. So if you ever get in there with Dagger and get the right combo of your 7 into the planted feet and then commanding with a boost 2 into Primeval Guardian, Leshen is dead in 1 turn. But it is a very funky matchup because he will try to full send everything on Dagger because once Dagger is dead, he doesn't have any problems anymore. So yeah, it just depends on your management of the game, and it's a really fun and cool matchup, which is also why I love Legend that much. For the bad matchups, well, it's kind of everyone who just slaps you too hard. Bigfoot, Luke, Eridan, Ciri, Shulk. Just characters that you can't really do much about. Because they'll just slap dagger and then she's dead and then you don't do anything. But yeah, overall, I was really surprised by Cloak and Dagger, especially two of their wins in Cobble and Frogs. Oh boy. Big props to Sasha, but yeah. Next up, the other Teen Spirit character is Miss Marvel at number 44. Miss Marvel actually technically dropped 2 spaces since last time, just due to her overall like bad-ish game into Witcher. Um, she still does have the same great mobility. She still has reach, which in some cases on specific maps can actually be even better than ranged. She has decent amount of draw and a lot of high value attacks if you just position well. But the con side on that is, of course, well, you are very map dependent and, well, you rely on positioning to actually get strong effects. So if the opponent knows your cards and your effects, they can plan around that. If they know, well, you have a Embiggen in hand, then they will just set themselves in some kind of try zone, and then you can't really get that. If they are afraid of your boostable, then they will just put themselves in a space where you can't attack from a zone cutoff. So, yeah, the opponent can kind of dictate which effects you are able to trigger and which not, which is not great. Of course, some maps like McMinnville, Raptor Paddock, or Azuchi are pretty good for you because they make it even harder for the opponent to actually do that. But still, it's not great that the opponent gets the choice on that. Other than that, you still have low health, 14. Sure, you have 4 healing, but, well, your blocks are very bad. Like, you only block for 3 the whole time, except if you use Embiggen on defense, which you don't want, because it's a 6 value attack, or a 3 boost for a big windup. So, yeah, you can often just die if you get counter pressured, which isn't great. Now, good matchups are the ones that you can actually pressure a lot. Daredevil doesn't really like you because, yeah, you'll just go in there and slap him too much. He loses too much value, and then you still have 3 feints. You actually have a lot of big value attacks if the opponent is just running away and doesn't pressure you, which is great. Injin, of course, has a hard time actually protecting himself against your reach and your high mobility. Moon Knight can be pressured quite well out of the right forms and then doesn't want to attack with Khonshu because then you get to dictate your positioning. And Genie, again, is playable. And yeah, you can hear it again. The fun dude is back. Ah, and he turned the motorcycle off. Wonderful. How long was he out? 50 minutes. Nice. um, well, yeah, those are definitely playable. Bad matchups are just, yeah, characters that, again, either hit you too hard or that can just survive forever. So, Bigfoot, Achilles, Luke will just stop you too hard. And Jill, yeah, you won't kill Jill. Or Daisy, or anything. So, yeah. And then we'll get to Beowulf, who, as you see, actually moved up 1. Um, which is funny, because I don't think there is much that changed about Beowulf, except for one thing. Bayo still has great auto damage with Grendel. Bayo still has big attacks with Heirloom. A pretty good fatigue game. You have a lot of passes, and you have a high health pool. On the other hand, you still have a low amount of blocks, and you are basically useless without rage. So the opponent can just, well, play around your rage bar. If you have a lot of rage, they will block high. If you have, like, no rage at all, they will just play their regroups or something like that. Whereas on the other hand, well, you need 2 rage to spend on Grendel, in which case the opponent will just, well, bait with regroup and bait out your defense, and if you don't have much, well, they will just slap pick. So it's, again, very predictable, and not in a good way. But being predictable and actually being able to do something about it is, those are 2 different things. And fighters that can't really do much about it are the following. Widow. Widow doesn't really have any real way to pressure your low amount of defenses that much. Um, Just one good Grendel into any of her red fours or fives basically means she is dead. She has a hard time of actually finishing off your damage and will usually your health and will usually only deal like one or two of the schemes, which means almost perfect rage farming. Drak is kind of similar, where he doesn't really want to use his ability because that just means you get basically free rage because getting a rage for one damage is exactly what you want. So Drak doesn't really have the card draw to support his Beast Form, and speaking of Beast Form, well, he can take 6 back from Grendel. Woohoo. Ghost Rider wants to room, where the room deals exactly 1 damage. Guess what? You get Rage. Luke has a lot of high printed attacks, meaning Grendel is insane. And you actually have enough health to kind of survive him. If you also play your Golden Drinking Horn for draw, you can just chill. And Heirloom isn't cancelable, so you have 8 damage guaranteed from that. So you just need to deal 5 back somehow with the 3 Grendels, which is definitely doable. Now, Genie, you can afford to take a lot of attacks, which is fine. And Geralt kind of has the same issue as Luke, where he has just too many high value attacks um, printed that he just takes too much damage back. And sure, he has his swords to gain action, but you actually have great tools against that. You have skirmish to move out of the way, which will win. You have your feints, which is enough. And at some point, you can still just take because you have so much health. So yeah, Geralt is the one that you can actually play against well, but the other Witchers not so much. For the bad matchups, it's yeah almost anyone else that just kind of plays a solid-ish value game where you either don't have the damage or yeah they can just attack you too much. So range characters are not great. Yanenga, Wukong, Sinbad, Raptors, Injin, any character that can either pressure you too much or just run away and survive and not give you a chance to slap back that much, or attack with one health sidekicks a lot so Grendel doesn't do anything. Yeah. And then the Panther, who dropped 3 spots, which is wonderful. Yeah. Panther is still the most disgusting character in all of Unmatched, which I will stay with. He does have his 10 card steals potentially in any game, which is just ridiculous. Like, stealing 1/3 of your opponent's deck is, yeah, it's very fun. Um, Depending on what you steal, that can just almost instantly win you a game at some point. Um, because of course you get extra knowledge what the opponent doesn't have anymore. They might lose their win condition at some point, and yeah, you get extra cards to boost with. You have 3 potentially 9 or higher value attacks with the Wakandas, but at the same time, they are also your only real damage throughout the whole game. And you have a decent amount of draw, because of course, each time you boost, you draw a card. Now, the bad thing is, once you actually start to boost, because it's your only real card draw except for Regroup, you don't have a great fatigue game. Because sure, you steal up to 10 cards from the opponent, Um, but since your own cards are so bad, you'll have to boost a lot with your cards and their cards that you run through your deck just as fast as they did. And yeah, then you will be even at the end, and then they will just have like the same amount of cards as you, but well, your cards are just bad without boosting, so that won't be great. Also, you rely on Shuri schemes a bit too much. Because yeah, technically you can have 10 discards, or not discards, card steals, but yeah, 4 of them are depending on Shuri, and Shuri only defends for 3 and has 6 health and just dies in the first 2 turns. So you mulligan for Shuri scheme. If you have one, okay, you get to play one in the game. If you don't have it, well, you don't play a single Shuri scheme in the game. And at that point, yeah, your character doesn't work anymore. So yeah, you're very inconsistent depending on that, and depending on what you steal from the opponent. So yeah, it's just not great. Good matchups that you have, T-Rex, since you can boost so much and draw a lot, you can actually out-pressure T-Rex and kill her. Also, her boost values are very high, so that's even better for you. Yenenga is kind of the same, where she doesn't have card draw, but high boost values, so you can also just kill her. And, well, she doesn't have feints, so your card steals are guaranteed, and she usually only attacks for 3, so sure, you can survive. Basically perfect. Little Red is a fun one because yes, she can still kill you and deal you damage back with her effects, but when you steal cards from her and boost against her with her own cards, you can actually mess with her symbols, which is a not so fun thing as a red player. Um, so yeah, she has to plan around that a bit more. Of course, it depends on what symbols you actually steal. If you only steal baskets, well, sure, you have 3 boosts, but you can't really do anything about the effects, at which point you just die. But yeah, it's good. And Houdini is a similar fun thing where you steal his cards and some of his cards have boost effects. And if you boost with them, you actually get the cards from the boost effect. So if you steal something like set the stage, you can look at his hand and choose a card to discard, which is funny. Houdini deserves it. And then Electra is a weird one because, well, she only has a 20 card deck. So if you steal 10 of those, because she doesn't really have a way to get rid of Shuri early, well, she only technically gets 20 cards in the whole deck, just like any other fighter, and her deck is just not made for that. So you're actually pretty decent into her. Bad matchups other than that, I mean, yeah, anyone who can just slap you too hard or just has too much of a good fatigue game, anyone who can kill Shuri fast, Bigfoot, Simba, She-Hulk, Injin, Raptors, not great, not great. And then we have the Shaker, who actually moved up 5 spots, which Dave will be happy to hear about. Don't worry, Dave, he's still C tier. But yeah, Shakespeare. Well, for the pros, you have very powerful line completion effects, which, I mean, yeah, gaining 2 actions, dealing 3 damage, backward horror, or anything else, recurring your 1 health sidekicks. Hey, it's insane. Um, You have really good combo potential with the horses and great board control because you have 3 1 elf sidekicks and Shakespeare yourself. And yeah, you can recur them a lot and you have a decent amount of movement effects. So that's really good. On the other side, you have 13 health and yeah, your blocks are. You don't have blocks. Let's just say it that way. Um, if anyone ever gets to Shakespeare, it hurts. It hurts a lot. You also don't have schemes, meaning you don't have passes, meaning you'll have to approach each game the whole time. You'll be boosting like a maniac. But that doesn't really matter if the opponent dies, of course. And the opponent can mess with the line, or at least, well, plan around it. Because, of course, if they see, yeah, you have 4 syllables in the line, well, let's attack him pretty quick so that he doesn't play his horse on his turn. Woohoo. So either you take and take a lot of damage, or you have to defend and you can't play horse with the effect anymore. So that's not great. But still, if the opponent doesn't really have the tools to pressure you in each situation, or you get to Shakespeare, well, that doesn't really matter. And characters that can't really do that are in your good matchups. Widow. Yeah, Widow doesn't do much against you. Your horror auto damage usually is already enough to kill her. Even if not, you still have your action gains, which she can't really do much about because she only has 1 movement effect in the whole deck. Golden Bat doesn't like pressure. Daredevil doesn't like pressure and action gains because, yeah, sure, they might have good quality of defenses, but not good quantity. Siri, Yennefer, and Leshen are the reason why he actually moved up a bit because Shakespeare is actually pretty decent into all of them, even probably. I still prefer the Witcher side on each of those matchups. Like if I have to pick Siri or Shakespeare in the matchup, I would always go Siri. Same with Yennefer and Legend, but he definitely has a shot into them, which is also why he moved up a lot this time. And he wasn't in Spring Showdown, but I would be happy to see him in the next roster just to see if maybe there is some point in picking him at some point. Um, if maybe the opponent has like Siri in a Legion. Because yeah, you can definitely do something against them. Other than that, you basically lose to almost anyone else. So yeah, don't even bother picking him against something else. Is what I would recommend, because you also are just way too inconsistent to try anything else. But yeah, against these here, damn, yeah, he can do stuff. I have to recognize that. Here is the tier list as it is of now. Um, Let me just quickly take a sip from my bottle of water. Mhm. Ah, wonderful. I don't know if my voice will actually survive this video, but we'll see. Um, C plus. Now it actually becomes quite interesting. Not that it wasn't interesting before. I mean, the Cloak and Dagger pick is oh boy, it's still in my head. For C plus, we have characters 40 to 35. They are now really good counter picks. They might only excel in one specific thing, but they have a couple of great matchups in that thing. And well, if you actually already know which characters the opponent have and you get to make one of these work, they can absolutely destroy them. I just remember me getting counterpicked by Raptors in Summer of Legends last year every single time. And it didn't feel good. So yeah, you have to keep them in mind because sure, they are still a bit niche, but in the right draft, they can just win you the game. So from this point onwards, you basically have to learn the matchups and actually know the characters pretty well. Whereas before, you might survive a competitive tournament without thinking about the characters. This is the point where you really have to watch out. Starting with Bullseye, who actually moved up one spot technically. Um, Bullseye can almost always attack because he can attack from 5 spaces away. He has a lot of draw and many high value attacks with insane pressure due to his draw. On the other side, he only defends for 3 the whole time and only has 14 health without healing. That means, sure, he will aggress you a lot, but if at some point you are able to counter-aggress him, he dies. Also, he is very reliant on his scheme, because, well, without it, yeah, sure, he can draw from the boostable in form an next trick, but drawing 3 and gaining an action in a turn is just such a big hand swing that enables you to attack so much more that without it, you kind of play like a sitting duck. And then the big caveat, you rely on winning combat a lot. That means if the opponent just somehow defends the first attack quite well, your second one won't be as scary. And even if you win with the first one, the opponent can throw a feint into the second one and still be kind of fine. So there is a lot of control for the opponent on when you actually get your good effects and how to play around it, but again, these are counter picks, so against the characters that can't really do that, you will dominate. One of those characters is, funnily enough, one of the strongest characters in the game, being Doctor Strange. Doctor Strange doesn't have any great answer into your attacks. Like, none at all. Mists doesn't really work because it will just pull out a 3 and then you win. And then you hit him big. Um, Cloak doesn't work because you will never be adjacent to him. Guess what? You attack from 5 spaces away. So his game plan of running away and fatiguing you doesn't really work. He will have to spam ability because he doesn't have draw, meaning he will take even more damage and then try to actually kill you or even trigger healing with rings. And against rings, well, you have feints and you have you're considered to have won the combat card, which, well, Ring says if you won the combat, you heal. But if he doesn't win the combat, he doesn't heal, so they are technically, again, feints, which is really, really good. Yanenga also doesn't have feints. Um, so yeah, you basically get your, well, already won effects for free, and she doesn't have draw, which is again the main thing. Ingen well, relies on body blocking and not getting attacked, well, guess what? You can attack from 5 spaces away. So Injit's whole game plan doesn't work against you. Almost the same for Robin because he plays the similar game to you where he doesn't want to get attacked himself that much and wants the pressure. Just that you can more reliably attack him than he can you. Winter Soldier, oh, doesn't have draw. Sure, he can slap you back with sixes, but at that point you don't really care because you just keep attacking him. And Leshen has a similar problem, just like Injin, because, well, he only has 9 defenses and he wants to slap you 2 times on his turn to actually deal you damage, which doesn't work, since you're attacking from 5 spaces away and probably are not in his zone. But yeah, that's kind of your roster of really good characters that you like. Um, Whereas on the bad matchups, it's again the big slappers or that just somehow otherwise deal damage back to you before you can actually kill them. Bigfoot Luke will just, well, kill you. Tomoe has just 2 good blocks and 7s hurt. Red will kill you with her effect damage before you even touch her. And Sinbad just doesn't care and draws and attacks you each turn. Woohoo. Then, it's sad, but I'll have to put Alice at number 39. Alice actually dropped 3 spots from last time due to not so great matchups into Witcher, except for one, as you see. You have very big attacks. Jabberwock is a damage machine, so overall you will just, yeah, slap the opponent pretty hard. Um, if you're small, you also have a decent defensive game with 5 value skirmishes, and we've seen in Eridan's deck how strong those can be. Um, you have a lot of mobility due to almost any card that changes size in your deck being a movement effect, and you have really good boost values. Now, on the other side, you have low health. You can be pretty inconsistent depending on when you draw your size change cards. You don't have any AoE damage, so no area of effect. So any 1 health sidekick character will make you suffer because, of course, it doesn't really matter if you hit a 1 health sidekick with an 8 or a 9 because it has 1 health. So you don't really like that. And you rely on Looking Glass healing a bit too much for my taste because Looking Glass often just functions as a 5 value block or even a 4 that net heals you 1 or something like that. And with your 13 health, you really need that in a lot of matchups. So yeah, if you don't draw Looking Glass early, you can suffer a bit because at some point you might just die over the 2 value block. And let me just drink again. Don't forget to hydrate, homies. I mean, we're only in like 1.5 hours, which is fine. But yeah, I don't know if this bottle will actually be enough for the rest. Wonderful. I don't know how I made it last time to only notice the time after 3 hours, but woohoo! For your good matchups, Moon Knight. Moon Knight, of course, will slap you pretty hard on contra turns, but you will slap him even harder after that. And you have a lot more draw and a lot more consistent draw than him, meaning you can actually pressure him quite well. Luke's whole gimmick is of course ending your turn with trash talk because he doesn't want to get attacked that much. Now, guess what? You are a +2 character with basically almost attack being a 5 or 6, so that doesn't work. The only thing you really have to watch out is skin dealing damage back to you. Golden Bat, kind of similar to Moon Knight, sure, he will attack you pretty hard, but you will attack back even harder. So that one is quite good for you, and Jabberwock is a menace. Little Red also pretty decent because sure she will deal you like 3 damage, 4 damage back on defense, but since you're a +2 characters over her 2 value blocks, you will also usually deal her like 4 or 5 damage. And at that point it becomes a damage race, which you will usually win. T-Rex is a fun one because yeah, T-Rex takes a lot of self damage. So if you get a Looking Glass early, and then can just like usually against T-Rex you start small, play Looking Glass on defense, and then play your drink me to draw two and become big, and then you just start harassing the dinosaur, which is really good. Ahem, pardon. And then last one, Siri. This one is really important because Siri, of course, only ramps up over time. At the start, she doesn't really have many great defenses. So you being a +2 character, just mulligan for your highest attacks and throw them at her without any remorse. You don't care if you don't have defense, you just slap her so hard that she will be dead in like 5, 6 turns. Really good. Now, the bad matchups are the ones that just, yeah, either will survive your big slapping, can put a quadrillion sidekicks in the way, or do something else to kind of mess with your game plan. Bigfoot, 5 cancelled. Have fun changing size. She-Hulk will just throw you to death. Injun and Wukong have too many sidekicks, same with Eridan, and Achilles, well, just slaps you harder than you can slap him. But overall, I mean, Alice is still solid. If you can get her into any of these and are a dedicated Alice player like Ema or something like that, yep, go for it. And here we go. First Witcher character. Philippa, coming at 38. Now, this means, of course, that every single Witcher character is at least in C plus or higher, and you will see they are higher. But yeah, Philippa definitely crystallized herself to be the worst out of the 6. Um, you have a lot of draw with your ability. You have end turns bound on cancels, which is really good to keep up pressure and deny the opponent extra actions. You have really good mobility with polymorphy, your ongoing, making you a move 5 character that can basically attack each turn. You have a lot of discards and really good hand control with bidding, Spymaster's Ruse, and yeah, discards. Now, the problem is, sure, you might have a lot of draw and good mobility to attack each turn, but you don't really have many high value attacks. Sure, you have Regicide, which is just a flat out 6, which is good, of course. But from there on, it becomes quite tricky. Because basically, all of your other cards will require you to spend cards to deal damage. Alform is the prime example. It's a 3 value attack where you have to spend cards to actually bump it up, kind of like a mini beast form. Just the problem is that it is not nearly as rewarding as a beast form. You need to spend 4 cards to just make it a 7, which is just as like if you would spend 1 card on a beast form. And that is a quite costly price, so you'll have to know when to exactly spend your cards. Also, your defenses are really bad value-wise. Of course, you have your biddings, which are basically like the best defense in game, at least right now, where you can just pull out anything that you want the opponent to defend with. You have your 2/4s, technically, where you can make the opponent discard, but from there on it's 3s and 2s, and you have 12 health. Meaning you will get to low health quite quickly, and from there on you get in ranges of lethals. Now, you technically have healing with your scheme, but it only sets you back to 5. So if you're at 4, that's a 1 heal, which isn't great. If you're at 5, it's no heal at all. So at that point, if you only have a 2 in hand, a lot of characters nowadays can slap for 7s, and you die. Your ability also is the only real card draw you have. So you either play at a low hand count, being forced to just play with the 2, 3, 4 cards that you draw each time, or you don't have draw at all. So it's either you play high hand count and just play a slow value-ish game, or you play low hand count and just say, yeah, we'll gamble each turn what few cards do I draw. Well, it's a bit inconsistent. Now, you still have a lot of good matchups. Medusa, is a fun one that I've been told is pretty even, and I can see why. You have a lot of discards. Medusa doesn't like to discard her own cards. You have a lot of ping effects to get rid of harpies, denying her discards. And she doesn't really have any explosive way to do your damage, plus you can pretty reliably block second shots. So that's pretty good. Robin, again, you have a lot of AoE ping, and well, your draw just out pressures him. Kind of similar to Titania, she just doesn't have enough combat cards to actually withstand you. Um, Bullseye again relies on pressure, so pressure just doesn't work against Philippa if they don't smack too hard. Tomoe, yeah, you'll just always be in her zone in the optimal position. And Widow, well, she doesn't like being attacked that much either. But on the other side, well, bad matchups, Bigfoot, Luke, Siri, anything that survives and then just slaps you. Red just deals you damage back while you deal her damage, and she will deal you more back than you deal her. Houdini will rip out your only good defense and then kill you. And Rex just runs you down because Rex doesn't care. But yeah, Philippa definitely is a bit underwhelming power-wise, but I've seen people make her work, and she's definitely like the genie of the set because she is really hard to play. Like knowing when to exactly go for ability, when to discard how many cards for owl form, it's pretty hard to actually like navigate her in any matchup. So if you are a Philippa expert, many people don't know how to play against her yet quite well, so go for it. She is decent in many of the mid-tier matchups and Medusa. So, yeah, go for it. But other than that, she will remain as the worst Witcher character. Ouch. Ouch, ouch, ouch. This is a real fall from grace. I just remember when King and Country was announced and the reveal video, the unboxing from Zero Skater came, and Widow was considered A tier. Oh boy, things have shifted. Things have shifted a lot. Well, we have Black Widow at 37. And as you see, she dropped 15 spots. So actually, on the real tier list, technically it's 9. That's a lot. That's a lot, a lot, a lot. As I think the biggest drop we've seen. For the pros, you still have a lot of discards. If you recur Kinshasa each time, you technically come to 12 discards. 8 coming from Kinshasa, 1 from Budapest, and 3 from your bites. You have a lot of auto damage. So if you don't go for the discards, you can have up to 10 auto damage with just schemes, which is still really good. You have a pretty good fatigue game because, well, 3 of your schemes can be passes, and you can recur 3 of them. So you have a 33 card deck plus the 1 extra card, so kind of 34. And yeah, 6 of those are passes, which is really good. Maria is still a menace of a sidekick with her force and fake outs. You have still 6 cancels, not 5. um, so you have a lot of control over what the opponent is able to do with discards and cancels. On the other hand, your blocks are abysmal. You only have 13 health, only 2 4-value blocks, everything else is 3s. And you don't really have a way of really pressuring the opponent that much, like Bullseye has, or Robin maybe. Um, sure, you have Budapest, but that's 1 card in your whole deck, and you actually need to be at 2 or fewer cards to actually play it. So even that is like pretty iffy. Now, you rely on your schemes a lot. Having a Kinshasa opening hand to already pressure the opponent's hand size, to have a Budapest when they start slapping you hard, to actually like keep up with them and yeah, make them scared. Your card draw is not existent except for Budapest. So again, it relies on your scheme, your 1 card in the whole deck. And even if you get to play it, you often still need Maria for value. Not actually to win in fatigue or something, but just to soak up damage and to keep releasing Widow from the pressure that the opponent will put on her. Because where at the start, people were like, okay, yeah, you definitely have to kill Maria because otherwise Widow wins in value. Well, yes, that's technically true. She would win in value if she even gets to that point. Nowadays, with how the meta is shifting, with more aggressive characters with big values coming in, people just slap at Widow and don't really care because, well, if you play your swap, sure, Maria will die at some point because either Widow takes a lot of damage, which you can't really afford, or then Maria takes the damage, in which case she can't be revived and then she dies. So the way of playing against Widow nowadays is just yeah, attacking her a lot. So you have to be a lot more careful about how to position and actually keeping her safe, which is really hard to do against these newer fighters. Now, for the good matchups. You still have the same ones as before. You're still really good into Yanenga because Yanenga doesn't have cancels, and you have 6 of them, denying her doubles, her archer revives, and a lot of her effects. You're still really good against Strange with your 10 auto. You're still pretty good against Dusa with your value because she can't really deal that much damage back to you. Daredevil is still one of the biggest free wins I have ever seen with 6 cancels and so many discards, he can't do anything. And Robin, well, doesn't have the best of pressure into you due to your many cancels just denying his draw. And then he can't defend for higher than 3, meaning your bites trigger with discards each time. And that just means at some point he will leave himself open for a scheme, at which point all of his outlaws die, and yeah, that's it. And then the one good thing, Yennefer. Yennefer is actually quite playable for you, because of course Yennefer relies on boosting her attacks to actually deal damage or make you discard. But if you discard her hand before that by attacking a lot or playing Kinshasa, then she can't really do that. It's a really fun and interactive matchup from what I've seen and played. So that's the one saving grace for Widow. Every other Witcher character I think is unfavored for her, if not even unwinnable. Looking at you, Eridan. But yeah, for the bad matchups, it's still the same as before. Um, Ghost Rider roams through you, doesn't care. Bigfoot and She-Hulk just slap at you. Wayward Sisters will combo you and deal you too much damage. Golden Bat, you can't really do anything about it. Tomoe, again, attacks you too much. I would also add like Titania or basically any of the other Witcher characters to this list. Don't try Widow against them. I wouldn't really recommend it. She just sadly got power crept a bit. And now, someone who we thought got power crept, but slowly but surely is moving up again, is Robin Hood. Again, Dave will be happy. Well, Dave, this is a wonderful video for you. Both Robin and Shakespeare getting some credits. Robin moved up 2 spots, basically. Um, he still has pretty good card draw, a lot of board control with his 4 sidekicks. Um, Highway Robbery is still such a mind game and put technically 8 auto damage. You can hide behind outlaws well, you have your ability for positioning and movement, so you're very mobile. But you definitely need that because, again, you can only block for 3 on a 13 health character. That will just, any type of character that can somehow get 3 of sidekicks and attack Robin only 3 or 4 times in a game will kill you. That's just how it is with Robin. Also, you don't have the highest amount of big attacks. You have your 2 5s, and that's kind of it. Ambush can be a 5 technically if you hit a 3 boost. So, yeah, sure, you might attack a lot, but if the opponent just can defend a lot, they will usually be fine. Also, you don't really have a fatigue game because, hey, guess what? You don't have passes. Um, so yeah, you just rely on chipping away at the opponent one at a time, each time with your outlaws, with highway robberies, and yeah, getting rid of the defenses and making them block suboptimally. But If that doesn't work, if they ping off your outlaws or just slap you harder back, yeah, then you're in a bit of trouble. Your good matchups are the characters that can't really do that, that either perform not so great into psychics or just don't have a lot of draw or way of pressuring you. Wukong, Injin, Houdini, Tomoe, Sisters, and Leshen are the ones that stand out there. I might point out Leshen a bit more just due to him not being on the list last time. Um, Leshen, of course, wants to attack you twice, right? Because he wants to get his ability. If you, however, jump in at poke at Leshen and then jump out again with your ability, well, he can't really attack you. Problem is, he does have vanishes, which guarantee kill, nuke your outlaws. So positioning is pretty hard on that. And even if he doesn't do that, well, the two vanishes are almost already enough to kill you, right? They're 2 auto damage for free, so you're at 11 health. Then he slaps you with 2 5s, which is another 4, so you're at 7. And then he slaps with 2 7s, which means, yeah, they're 8 damage again, and yeah, you're dead. So if he only gets to play his 2 vanishes with his 5 into a 7, you're dead. So you just really need to keep up the pressure and slapping him, depleting his cards, and trying to kill him before he gets his 2 cards that he needs. For the bad matchups, I mean, it's the ones that you either can't pressure or that just slap you back harder. Um, Luke is the worst thing that can happen to any Robin player because Luke just doesn't take that damage from highway robberies. It's so insane. Um, She-Hulk, too much health, throws at you, you die, or just farms effects on your outlaws. Bigfoot has too many movement effects to get to you. Yen doesn't care. Like, Yen just has too many good defenses. Stallion rips your outlaws. Tesla can lightning storm them and move you in with remote and stab you with A7 and whatever shenanigans. Siri doesn't die. Yeah. It's just like half of the characters that you can do stuff about, half that you can't. Woohoo. Then, the second character that actually has a green arrow pointing upwards, Bloody Mary. Oh boy, I have fallen in love with Bloody Mary in this new meta a bit. Maybe. I also played her a bit too much in Swing Showdown in the worst cases, and she actually got me disqualified. So I don't know if this placing is actually, yeah, actually valid, but I'll keep at it. I'll keep at it. Um, for the pros, Mary has many scary attacks with 3 actions. She has double attacks that can pretty good into high value blocking fighters. She has good healing and a lot of health, and pretty good card draw. On the other side, she only has 2 cancels. She relies on good top decks due to always kind of playing low hand count-ish. And of course, the opponent can play around your hand size. You want to start with three cards in hand to have 3 actions. So if at the end of your turn you have 3 cards in hand, the opponent will come at you and slap you. So if you don't have your evades or broken glasses, yeah, you won't get your ability. And if you're at 4 cards, well, the opponent doesn't really want to attack you. On the other hand, you can of course also play around that. So if you don't have great defense, end with 4 cards in hand. If you have your draws, end with 3 cards in hand. So there's this kind of mind game to be played around. But yeah, for the good matchups, Yen. No cancels, no way of actually drawing a lot of cards and keeping off pressure. Really good for you. Bigfoot. A lot of 4 value defenses, which sounds bad, but for your double attacks is actually pretty good. Also, he only really smacks for big numbers, which you defend against quite well. G-Bet. The G-Bet matchup is the cursed for me. I don't know. Played it twice in Spring Showdown, lost it both times. Just barely. I don't know. Maybe I just meh. But yeah, overall, G-Bet doesn't really handle pressure well. So if you get him on your map, pick a small map and he dies. Wonderful. Tomoe, You're one of Tomoe's biggest counters. You can full block the 7, which is really good. And yeah, you can pressure her way more than she wants to pressure you, which is really good. Then, the two very important ones. Yennefer. You are one of Yennefer's biggest counters, which is really fun because Yennefer, of course, doesn't really have real cancels. She might try to pressure your hand size, but at that point you can even play around that and discard when you want to, or don't when you don't want to keep your hand size even more flexible. And then Leshen. It's so funny. So many low tier characters have good matchups into Leshen. Um, Leshen also doesn't have cancels, and double attacks into him. Guess what? Are really good, really good. Because of course they scale on the printed value of the opponent's block. So if you blocks with Primeval, have fun. There's another 5 coming. And then bad matchups, I mean, it's the characters that can either mess with your hand size too much or just survive or have too many cancels or some other way of, yeah, not letting you play the game. Um, Wukong, well, you know, will never attack him. Jill, I mean, it's even-ish on a smaller map, but usually she just outvalues you too much. Houdini will rip away your cards at his will and then nuke you. Injun, again, you can't reach. Achilles will slap you harder. And Raptors will nuke your hand in one turn due to action gains, and then you cry because, yeah, you don't have cards. Hydrate homies. That would be end of C+. So now let's continue with the B tier. Now, decent is a word to describe a lot of B tier characters. They can be quite nice in a lot of situations. Um, really good counter picks, like even more so than the C plus ones. Um, whereas for the C plus ones, you have to be a bit more like knowledgeable in the matchups. These ones can just be counter picks out of like any situation at some point. Um, keep these in mind when drafting. They will absolutely destroy you if you don't. They have a lot of meta relevant matchups, but basically the same amount of counters as well. So they kind of have this 50-50-ish matchups, right, where they really hard counter like a quarter of the roster, but lose against almost anything else. So just really keep them in mind because that's one of the big skills you'll learn while drafting. It's not just like picking the best characters on a tier list, it's playing around any weakness your draft has. And if you don't do that, these B tier characters will absolutely exploit that weakness. Let's start. Sisters. Sisters stay in the same spot as last time, which, I mean, is pretty good. If you consider getting 6 new very meta relevant fighters in a set. Um, Sisters have insane versatility, of course. Like being able to choose between 4 different spells after almost every combat is a lot to decide. They are very flexible with what win con they actually play for, being action gain or pinging or just surviving with a lot of draw or messing with the opponent's positioning. They have great ball control, being 3 bodies with 6 health and having a decent amount of movement. Um, they have an insane health total, like 18 already from the start, and then technically infinite healing and a lot of card draw. So yeah, a lot of pressure, which is just really good. On the other hand, they're just with so many options and choices and decisions to make in a game, it's very difficult to actually get every one of them right. So they're very difficult to play. Even though there have emerged some very good sister mains in the Yamlik Discord as of now, um, even they are often unsure of what to actually pick for the spells, and it's just hard. Also, you don't have cancels, which can be a big drawback because, well, you have 3 6 health characters. Sure, you don't really care that much if one of them is defeated, in like opposition to the Raptors, where if one of them that dies, you almost lose half of your damage. But still, it's not great for your board control because you still move to melee. You have low health on each of the sisters, so they can be targeted quite well. And your fatigue game is not that great. Technically, you can have 6 passes if you recur 2 of your schemes with Curious Familiar, because both of your schemes can be played as passes. But usually sisters don't play that way because you already start at 6 health max, which is not great for fatigue. And of course, you draw a lot. So yeah, you will discard a lot of cards with boosting and just trying to rush down the opponent with your many things that you do with getting like an additional effect on each combat. And yeah, that's just how sisters work. And yeah, it can be quite overwhelming to play as and against. But sisters are definitely very good. For the good matchups, Widow. Already mentioned it before, I think. Yeah, Widow just doesn't like action gains. Her cancels don't really work on that. She doesn't like getting pinged as a 13 health character. Sisters can just really quite ignore Maria. They also don't really care that much if they have to discard cards because just gives them more fuel um, to fill their cauldron with because, well, it's always basically chosen discard. So they just put in there what they want to have in there and then get more spells next time. Woohoo. Golden Bat doesn't like pressure, so you pin him and pressure him. Any kind of the same, and at some point, you basically have guaranteed kill with your ping on the scheme. T-Rex, you can just outdraw and outpressure, funnily enough. Drac is a fun one that I also featured on this channel. The mind games into Beast form are just really cool. And Alice, yeah, Alice wants to slap your heart, but you have pricking. Pricking is a fun card into Alice, because she will take even more damage. And then, yeah, pings kill her. Really cool. Bad matchups are the ones where, yeah, you can't really pressure them or they just have too much value and survive you. Achilles, yeah, he will kill you, usually. She-Hulk just throws 1/9 at you and then makes you discard a quadrillion random cards. Sinbad, you don't have cancels. You can aggress him back, but it depends on when he draws his schemes. Settler, you don't have a fatigue game, and Settler plays quite well against aggressive fighters with no cancels. So yeah. Duza just makes you lose too much value and pings you off a bit too much, and Yen as well, you can't really kill her. But overall, sisters are still quite good. Ghost Rider as well, staying in the same spot as he was last time. Still has a lot of free damage with rooms. You're still quite versatile with how you spend your Hellfire, depending on what cards you want in each matchup. You have great mind games with Penance there and your Print 5, and still a good amount of card draw because you will be maneuvering a lot and you have your 5. So that's still quite good about him. The cons, on the other hand, you have pretty bad blocks. So either you spend Hellfire on defense, at which point, well, you're not really scary anymore, um, or you take a lot of damage. Plus, you don't really have much damage on your own if you don't spend Hellfire, except for the rooms. Sure, you have your 3/5s and pendants, which can be enough, but anything else kind of doesn't really do much. Also, you're pretty map dependent because, of course, as a character that wants to move through opponents, you of course love passage maps, and you love maps where you can actually get to the opponents. So the smaller the map, the better. Now, matchups where you can actually execute your game plan quite well is Widow, because, well, Widow doesn't have healing and is a 13 health character that you can just room through. She doesn't have high value attacks and just a lot of discard, and you don't really care because, well, you can discard as many cards as you want. You will just room through her with 30 maneuvers and then she dies. Annie is quite similar, where sure she can have up to like 18 health with her healing on Charlie, but, well, her whole kit resolves around like taking damage and then at the end surviving a couple of extra turns with Mississippi to finish. That doesn't work against Ghost Rider because of course you won't attack her, you just room through her at 1 health and then she dies. Bigfoot is still a good one. Um, just due to him not really having any type of counter to your rooming. Golden Bat is also playable. Also have that one on the channel in my team game against Kuntir, which was quite the fun one. You can see how the matchups play there. Alice, well, 13 health, only has ceiling on the combat card. Well, guess what? That doesn't work. And Joe, kind of similar. Kind of similar. For the bad matchups, I mean, it's the ones that you either can't room or that just outright kill you. Achilles kills you. Shulk kills you. Tesla kills you. Houdini kills you. Moon Knight doesn't take room damage. Uh, an engine can just control the map too much with traps and annoy you. Now, Bruce Lee, the little dragon that will get a reprint sometime at the end of the year. Woohoo! Bruce actually moved up 5, which is quite nice to see. Um, Bruce, as always, has his insane combo potential with Jeets. He has a lot of pressure due to his good card draw. He has such good mobility. He has so many good movement effects, and of course his ability, which is still one of the strongest abilities in the game. Let's be honest. And One Inch Punch, of course, is a meta-defining or matchup-defining card. Let's say that. If you have it, it can instantly win you a matchup almost, which is just insane. On the other hand, you have low health, 14, no healing, so ouch. If someone can actually slap you back and has the draw or hand size to do it, you don't like that. You, of course, rely on when you draw your Jeets and be like Waters to actually be scary. And you don't really have a fatigue game, except if the opponent is like Wukong, it just spams clones and you farm 1 inch punches on them, so you often have to approach. Now, for the good matchups, it of course is like the ones that either don't have cancels or suffer under pressure. Wukong, just, well, talked about him. He can't really spam clones because, hey, 1 inch punch exists. Yen doesn't have cancels, and for the archers, 1 inch punch exists. Tesla doesn't like pressure and action gain turns. No, no, no. He will have to spend a lot of coils on defense, and then he isn't scary. Raptors, you can focus one out quite easily. Rex is this wonderful brawl of killing the opponent in one turn. Uh, and then Winter Soldier, of course, not having many defenses, can also just die in one turn. Now, for the bad matchups, I mean, extra cancels on Bigfoot kind of makes sense, right? She-Hulk throws at you and you die over time before she dies. Luke has Trash Talk, which just shuts down anything. Achilles will slap you back too hard once he's enraged, and you can't really combo at that point anymore. Tomoe, also kind of similar. She can position in a way where if you hop, you leave her zone, and then thus you have to end adjacent. And yeah, you don't like that. And Muldoon, I mean, sure, you have 1 inch punch against the workers, it just doesn't do much. 8 traps is just too much for you to get through, and yeah, you don't like that. Now, Dracula, the Count. Sadly dropped a bit due to Witcher. Basically, all of them are almost an auto loss for him, which is quite sad. But I mean, it's still Dracula. You have Beast Form, which is probably the actual best attack in the game because, well, yeah, Forever Height doesn't count. It doesn't do much. You have a lot of passes. You have a lot of auto damage with your ability, Ravening and Prey Upon. You have Do My Bidding, which on its own is already like a big plus, being almost like the best defense card in the game. And you have pretty good card draw with exploits and your ability. Now, the problem with that is, well, you have low amount of blocks. So if the opponent actually gets to you and you don't have that many cards in hand, well, yeah, that sucks. You hate discards because, of course, you need your cards to actually fuel your beast form. You don't have card draw without your ability really, except for exploits, meaning any type of ranged characters that can just poke at you and chip away at your defenses is not great. And often you rely on like sisters to be alive to actually body block or deal that extra bit of ping with ravening. So since they die very easily, since you don't really want to spend that many defenses on them, it can be quite hard for you to actually set up those lethals. But if you can, oh boy, you're good. Now, for the good matchups, it's mostly those melee Unga Bunga characters that just come at you and slap you. Achilles, really good. You can ping at him and draw if you need, or just nuke pad with a beast form and then survive, because you have a lot of passes. Luke, again, 2 beast forms is at least 4 damage on him. 2 prey-upons is another 2. Then ability and ravenings at some point will add up and Luke will probably die. Bigfoot also is quite evenish with your good fatigue game and beast from lethaling. Sinbad, of course, can't do much except for maneuver, approach, attack. Yeah, then you ping and slap back, which is really good. Goldenbat is a bit weird because he doesn't have to approach you. He can just sit there and discard cards, making you discard cards. But it still works, kind of, because he can struggle to find the right defenses into Beast form. And then do so, even though she goes basically against everything you hate. She pings off your sisters, she has discard, she's ranged, she pokes at you. It's still quite decent. For the bad matchups, though, it's the ones that either survive too long or have too many discards or kill you. Now, Jill, have fun trying to kill Jill as Drac. If you get 1 beast from in and maybe deal like 5 damage, she will heal that in 2 turns if she just attacks your sisters with utility belt with tonic. It's not great. She-Hulk has a quadrillion random discards, so yeah, you'll lose way too many cards. And she has 20 health. Cool. Yen just survives everything and pokes at you from range the whole time. Tesla will move you in his zone and then combo you to death. Wukong has 4 ultimate defenses against Beast Form and in the meantime just chips away at you with clones. And Siri survives everything. Because you need time to set up Beast Forms, and in that time she will also set up her source cards, and yeah, you can't do much. So sadly, since you are just not great into Witcher, Drag isn't that relevant anymore, but I mean, I still had him in my roster in Cowboy and Frogs, and it worked out quite well. So he's definitely still pickable if you're a Drag main. But yeah, he's just not as good as he was. And then Genie. Genie saw quite an uprising, to be honest. He got up 5 spots on the list, which is pretty good. Genie is still insanely versatile. 3 wishes is one of the most insane schemes in the whole game. Depending on how you use them, they can swing any game. You have a potential of 8 discards, which is a lot. You have a lot of ping damage, so you can deal with 1 health psychics quite easily. And you have a lot of card draw. Now, Genie, kind of similar to Sisters or Philippa, is very difficult to play. At the start of each turn, deciding whether to discard a card to gain an action or not is really hard. Like, often you won't do it, but deciding when to actually do it will just, like, decide if you're a good Genie player or not. Because, well, all of your cards are kind of bad. Your whole power budget is in 3 wishes, so kind of knowing when to use which of the effects is really hard. Your blocks are insanely bad. Your attacks are insanely bad, and your boost values are insanely bad. All of your deck relies on you making the perfect decision in the one moment in the game. And that's just really hard to figure out. But if you can, Genie is a menace. I think there's not much more scary than playing against a good Genie player. That is just, oh boy, oh boy. For the good matchups, Wukong. You can pressure him a lot, you have a lot of ping to deal with the clones. You don't really care about discarding your bad cards. Widow, you have a lot of pinks. Should I say anything else? Daredevil, you have 8 chosen discards. Well, 6 discards that just dump his hand, 3 feigns, and 2 chosens. So yeah, you just pressure him a lot with ability and then feint 3 attacks and then play Sultans to rip out Devils and at some point when he doesn't have cards anymore, wish his hand away and yeah, it's unplayable. Um, Winter Soldier, you start with guaranteed lethal if you just set values to 4. He can't do anything about it, which is funny. Drac, I mean, you discard him a lot of cards and can technically OTK him. Engine kind of similar-ish. So yeah, those are just not great. On the other hand, again, characters that just slap you too hard or that have too much health for you to OTK are not great. Bigfoot, Achilles, She-Hulk, Moon Knight, they just survive everything. Luke slaps you too hard. Golden Bat, kind of same-ish. You can't really do much about him. And I might say for Witcher characters, Genie actually has some fun matchups into them. Eridan. Genie is one of Eridan's best counters, I'd say. So I definitely put him in the good matchups on the left as well. Yennefer and Leshen are also quite even, I'd say. Um, Geralt, you don't like. You don't, you don't like Geralt. Ciri as well, just too much health, too much value, and Unicorn Ally exists. And Philippa is a fun one, but nothing special. But yeah, important ones: Yennefer, Leshen, and Eridan. You can definitely play Genie into. And yeah, we already spoke of them before when we talked about counter picks. Raptors. Raptors are the definition of counter pick, to be honest. They moved up 2 spots again because I feel like any set that gets released, any character is insanely weak to Raptors. Like someone will be in there. With TTA, we had basically all of them, which don't like Raptors. Um, since Origin, we had Tomoe, we had in Slings and Arrows, Titania, who doesn't like Raptors. Um, and then we got what was the next set after Slings and Arrows? Oh, it was the Richer sets, right? Uh, so, yeah, it's late. It's late. On the Witcher sets, we have Ciri, who really hates raptors. Oh boy, she doesn't like them. So Geralt as well. I feel like in any set there will be at least one character that just absolutely gets destroyed by raptors. So they will just keep rising and rising and rising. It's so funny. Um, Raptors, of course, I have almost the most insane combo potential in the whole game regarding pressure. If all 3 Raptors are alive, they deal so much damage. It is insane in one turn. They basically attack 4 or 5 times, dealing a total of, I don't know, 7 damage in a turn, and then you have to recover from that, and they just do it again, and then you die, and it's Raptors. They also have 3 random discards on ambushes to just even further lower your hand size, which is great. On the other hand, although they have like almost no blocks themselves, so yeah, 10 blocks in the whole deck, that's 1/3 of your deck only that you can block with, which means if the opponent somehow survives that one big attack turn and can slap back, oh boy, you might just lose a Raptor. Also, you don't have card draw yourself, meaning you actually have to build up your hand over time, which also means the opponent will have time to build up their hand. Now, you have probably a lot more consistent ways of like drawing a lot of good attacks because well 2/3 of your decks is attacks and actually killing them with that than them drawing enough defenses, but still. Now the biggest factor of course is you have low health on each raptor, and once one of your raptors is dead, that your damage decreases massively. Like once one of them is dead, you only get +1 on each attack, and since you attack so many times per turn, if you attack 5 times per turn, that's like 5 damage you're missing. If one of them is dead, that's a lot. Now there's still a lot of characters that just can't handle the sheer pressure of raptors. She-Hulk hates them. Tesla is basically free win. Even though I have this funny little game against Ema. I still don't know. I shouldn't have won that. Um, Red, I mean, she hates pressure. Sherlock doesn't have great card draw. Annie absolutely gets wrecked by them, and Daredevil as well. It's just, yeah, the Raptors game. Again, Siri should also be here. Um, just not enough space. Raptors have too many very volatile matchups. And then for the bad ones, I mean, it's the ones that either like survive them or can slap them back too hard. Achilles, yeah, does both technically. Bigfoot, you will never be able to combo Bigfoot because he has 5 cancels. Basically, every single of his defenses saves him from being comboed, which is funny. Wukong, no way to combo a 1 health sidekick. Fun. Houdini will just nuke one of your raptors instantly, and then you don't have damage. Rex will just nom at you, and Sinbad just draws too much. But other than that, like Raptors, very solid. Very solid. You also have like an insane game into Yennefer, because Yennefer of course doesn't have cancels, so you just she dies. So yeah, Witcher definitely benefited Raptors a lot. And I mean I like it. Raptors are always fun in the meta. And that means we're done with B tier. We're well, yeah, exactly the halfway point out of the 58 characters. It's 2 hours now. Yeah, the 4 hour estimate was quite good. uh, yeah, let's just continue. I mean, we're in the vibe already, right? B plus. Characters 28 to 23. Let me just quickly hydrate again because I was coughing before a bit. Let's see if that goes away. Ah, feels good. Feels good. I can only recommend it. Hydrate, homies. And don't record a 4 hour video in one go. Well, just and keep talking. It's pain. Now, B plus characters are very relevant if some key fighters are banned. This is territory where we don't even have to talk about counter picks anymore. It's just if like some of the top tiers are banned, these become very relevant. It's just that you have to actually set that up and ban specific characters to make them work. It's not like they're just universally kind of decent. Um, but if their big counters are gone, they can be very good. They can have a very good matchup spread into many of the high tiers, except against the few ones that they don't like. So they are very good late picks to catch your opponent off guard, or even at an early stage, because, well, if you already banned away your 2 or 3 counters, you can just like set a mark with a specific character, then the opponent will have to play around this one character. Now that's really good. So you can't really go wrong with them once their few really hard counters are gone. Starting with Annie. Now Annie also moved up 2 tiers in the list, even though her matchup spread into Witcher isn't that great. It's just that the meta around her has shifted a bit more that favored other fighters that she's good against. Um, 8 auto damage is still really good. Charlie is one hell of a menace or sidekick. He can put out so much damage, he has so much health. Annie overall is really tanky, having 14 health herself, 8 on Charlie, a lot of healing, and Mississippi technically increasing her life for another 3 turns, no matter what happens. Um, and he still has good card draw with Turn and River and then of course Lanyap. And she has a lot of big attacks. But of course, that depends on her ability, because she has to be at a lower health than the opponent. If she is, she can throw 3 7s at you that draw her 2 cards. That just sounds ridiculous, right? She can also throw 4 6s at you that heal her 1, which also is ridiculous, but of course it relies on you having less health than the opponent, and well, they can plan around that. If they play a fighter with a low starting health, well, it will be hard for you to actually get below their health at some point, because they, of course, don't have to attack any herself. Charlie exists as kind of this pass farming machine where the opponent can just throw attacks at him to just like poke away at his defense. Sure, you have the swap, but if they just attack with threes into him, that doesn't do much. Um, so yeah, Charlie kind of, you want him alive to actually use his cards and use his damage while he's alive, but at the same time, at some point, you just want him to die, so the opponent actually has to get to Annie and attack her herself to bring your health down, which is technically a fun little game between you and the opponent, but yeah, depending on the matchup, it can be very frustrating. Um, yeah, you often rely on Charlie in that way, depending on either keeping him alive to use his damage or just please die so that I can deal damage myself. Sure, you have Lanny ups to deal damage to any up to 6 to get basically 3 turns with ability through the whole game. But of course, it's way better if the opponent actually attacks Annie herself and you get your ability normally, because if you deal with yourself 6 damage, well, there's no way the opponent will actually deal you even more to get your ability even more often. So try to take damage yourself from the opponent, maybe even take an attack. You have enough health, it's fine. And then slap them back. For good matchups, Shulk. Shulk is really good for you because, of course, she doesn't want to throw, right? She starts with 20 health, so you'll get like 2, 3 ability attacks for 3. And then she doesn't want to throw at you because then she just lowers your health total and gets slapped even harder. So you kind of shut down a lot of her kit. Rex has 27 health. Guess what will happen if you just keep slapping her? Moon Knight doesn't really like pressure and, again, a lot of health. Luke, you almost start with confirmed lethal with 3/7s dealing guaranteed 9 damage. And then, well, you have enough auto damage, so you just have to survive at that point. Um, Winter Soldier also doesn't really handle pressure well, and you just keep slapping at him. At some point, auto damage is enough. And Tomoe, kinda same-ish. You can kinda abuse her ability to move out of her zone to take damage yourself, lowering your health, and then keep slapping her harder. Now, the bad matchups are the ones where either you can't really get your ability to trigger, or the opponent has some way to just outright survive it the whole game. Achilles has a way to survive it by just killing you. A very nice way to survive an attack is killing the attacker. So, yeah, you might throw big values at him, but he's like, okay, let me throw something back. And then he just spear throws you at the end because, yeah, Mississippi doesn't work on that. Wukong, it's very cool trying to get lower health than a 1 health sidekick. Try it. I will be very surprised if you ever get your ability once against Wukong. Jill starts with 13 health and can control her health so well that it is just insane. Also, you can never kill Daisy. Like, it doesn't work. Sure, you have your 3 passes with 6 auto that technically can kill her. Yeah, find them before she finds a scheme. Have fun. And yeah, Ghost Rider just runs through you. Engine you never reach, and Siri survives and makes you discard too much. But yeah. Overall, into Witcher, Annie isn't great. Like, there's not a single matchup where I'd say she's favored into. But it's also like not like there's one that is insanely bad, except for Siri. But yeah, it's just this middle ground. I think Annie just got a bit better due to like Rex getting a lot more plays probably because Rex is insanely good into Witcher. Um, and yeah, so Annie's songs will also rise. I'll at least say hope. Well, not hope. I don't like Annie, but let's just continue. Woohoo! Second Witcher character, and it is the Witcher. It is Geralt of Rivia, starting his competitive journey at number 27, so kind of like in the middle of the pack, which is a really decent spot to be in. Which also means that all of the other ones are even higher, and yes, they are. Um, well, for the pros on Geralt, Of course, at the start of your game, you can choose cards. This is what I meant when I said, yeah, Buffy had this cool gimmick, but Geralt just kind of perfected it. To some point, at least, because in some cases you don't have a choice. Um, Especially like swords and mostly armor are the ones where, depending on the matchup, they can have a very big impact on what you choose. If you're, for example, playing against Bigfoot, playing the action gain sword just doesn't make sense. He has 5 cancels and the other defenses move him away. Whereas playing the ignore sword makes a lot of sense because, yeah, sure, he still has 5 cancels, but almost every other defense is a 4, right? So he doesn't really want to play them. So whenever you attack him with your normal attacks, he will always be scared to throw his force because you could be throwing the ignore sword. So that's really good. Whereas on the other side, against a character without any print for defenses, like, I don't know, Robin, there is no reason to play the ignore sword. So in many matchups, that one is quite clear. I would say overall, the action gain sword is preferred a lot of times. There are only a few matchups where you use the ignore one, but having this choice is quite nice. Now, the armor is the one where it actually gets very interesting because both are probably equally as good. Whereas at the start, I predicted that, yeah, you will need a cancel. I think the end turn, the more I play it, the more I like it. Because just having the option, you move over at the opponent, slap them hard, and then say, okay, come at me. I'll just instantly end your turn. You didn't draw any cards, and I'll just keep slapping you with action gains. Just that threat is insanely powerful. And the end the turn itself actually works as a semi-cancel against after combat effects at least. So that's pretty good. Now, it is a kind of 50-50 thing with the armor, I think. So that's basically almost always the most interesting choice. And yeah, well, the potion is. Blizzard is one of the worst schemes in the whole game. There is not a single matchup, not one, where you choose it. You might think, yeah, but it denies action gain, so don't you do it against Raptors? Nah, against Raptors you just die anyways. Do you do it against Bruce? Nah, you need card draw. Um, I don't know. Like, I think if it had an action gain, maybe it would work. But Tawny Oil is just always better. Basically always. So yeah. Other than that, like I said, you have great combo potential with your action gain swords. Being able to technically attack, gain 2 actions, so you have 3. Play Witcher Senses, get it back. You have 2 actions, attack, again, go to 3 actions, and thus can attack like 5 times in a turn. That's insane. You have overall very high value attacks from print 5 versatiles to technically second shots that can be boosted up to a 7 action gain swords, another lot of print 4s. Yeah, there's a lot. You have 3 chosen discards with Dan if he somehow survives. And of course, the ongoing effects are quite nice. Mostly not having to discard cards, because the other one doesn't get used. But yeah, not having to discard cards against like Medusa is peak peak gameplay. But yeah, for the bad side, I mean, you rely on Dan for value a lot, especially in the early game, being able to poke away some specific cards that the opponent really would like to play against you. With Plot Twist is just very nice. Dan himself only has 6 cards that he can use as defenses, 3 of which are 2s and 3/3s with 5 health. Like, he can die from a single attack at some point, which is just meh. It's not great. Um, and at that point, once Dan is dead, well, you're moved to melee character. Sure, all of your boosts are 2 or higher. You don't have a single 1 boost, which is fancy, I guess. But you will have to boost a lot and lose a lot of value that way. Also, your ongoing kind of forces you to boost even more, keeping the engagement because you have to attack every turn to keep it, which isn't bad per se, but it's just, I mean, it's not that great. Like the other ongoings, I feel like are a bit easier to keep one going than Geralt's, but yeah. Um, but I think the biggest problem Geralt has is like your defenses outside of the ones that I already mentioned for the big attacks are not great. Sure, you have your armor, but the other ones are just print two versatiles, which you don't really like. You have 16 health and no healing, so I don't know. It just feels a bit bad to block with like a rend or an ugly. Whereas, yeah, okay, a disciplined duelist is still fine to block with, but the other ones, it just feels bad, but you'll have to at some point. Now, for the good matchups, I mean, T-Rex will almost always be over 8 health, so at 8 or higher health, so yeah, you will combo a lot. Leshen, you also only need one combo turn. Don't make the mistake and go for the Ignore Sword. I've seen so many people say that Ignore Sword is the way against Leshen. It is not. Leshen, like, you only get to Leshen like 3 times in the game, max. And sure, in those 3 times you'll deal him like 4 damage with Ignore Swords, but then he will have like 5 turns to heal that off again with his ongoing. So just get both of your action gain swords and some other attack in your hand, and then wait until you get to him once, and then combo and die. Wonderful. Luke. Luke is quite good because you have high defenses and yeah, you can slap at him quite well with your uglies and deal him a lot of damage. Daredevil and turns are great, and then comboing him. Red as well doesn't like combos, and Drac, yeah, doesn't as well. So, yeah, you're kind of semi-combo fighter, which is fun. For the bad ones, yeah, already mentioned Raptors. You don't have consistent draw except for your ongoing, so yeah, not great. Siri just survives everything because it's Siri. Engine, you don't ever get to him. Wukong's kind of same. Titania will just fatigue you with sleep. And since she starts at 12 health, you can't really combo her, and well, the Ignore Sword also doesn't really work. And Tomoe, yeah, pings you to death at some point. Well, yeah, Geralt is just like the definition of a decent all-round-ish character. Um, I really like that they made this archetype of the big slapper into an action game hero. It's really cool how they pulled that off. And the gimmick of choosing cards is still really cool. So yeah, I enjoy Geralt being like in the exact middle of the pack. That's what I like. And thus we get to Luke Cage. A character that I've been known to put way too low on my tier list, at least in the public opinion, but at least this time I have a reason for it. Um, yeah, Luke, in my opinion, dropped a bit due to Witcher. In this case, 10 down, meaning he actually dropped 4 spots. Luke, of course, still has like the same technical problems in his deck that he had before. He has insanely good blocks and insanely high value attacks. Misty is a menace, and still standing recursion can just instantly win you games, technically. Plus, even if you don't have defense, you have defense because you always block for 2. So against many characters like Robin, you never take damage the whole game, which is really fun. But on the other side, if anyone can like hit over your blocks, especially over trash talk, you have not many blocks, so yeah, at that point you often just instantly die. Also, due to the nature of your ability, your deck is 50% red, 50% blue, so you are insanely inconsistent, and at some point, if the opponent doesn't attack you that often, you'll just run into a full blue hand and cry about it. On top of that, sure, your ability helps you against any type of combat damage, but you have 13 health, which is quite low, and well, you can't really stop effect damage, especially not when attacking, so yeah, that's not great. And if Misty dies early or you don't trigger Still Standing, you actually don't have that much to step back. Sure, you have two sixes and three commandings, and then technically another three sixes, but you have to boost a lot as a move 2 melee fighter. And yeah, nowadays fighters can just survive a lot of sixes. Just look at Leshen. Leshen doesn't care. um, so yeah, they're just like crucial problems I think in Luke's play overall, where against some fighters he just instantly wins just by the nature of the matchup, whereas against others he doesn't do anything, and then in the mid ones it just depends on like the insane inconsistent draw, which is why I wasn't a big fan of him. But at least now Witcher kind of ruined him. I don't know. I think I don't I don't like him into Witcher matchups. Um, what I like him into Widow. Widow doesn't like to get slapped. What do? You slap her. Jill, same thing. Electra, still standing, is guaranteed on the hand. So yeah, you kind of have an even higher deck count than she does. Tesla, end turns against Tesla are not great, and Tesla hates getting slapped back and having to spend his cards on defense. Um, Robin, I mean, we already talked it in the Robin section. Robin can deal damage to you. Like in any game against Robin, you take like 2 damage in the whole game, even though you take almost any attack. It's so dumb. Um, and then yeah, Tomoe wants to move you out of her zone and do stuff, and you just stand in her face and trash talk and say, "Come at me." And Misty is a menace. For the bad matchups, it's the ones that just don't really care and just keep slapping you harder or can pressure you and don't care about end turns. Wukong just throws 7 after 7 at you, and you can't really damage him because, hey, ultimate defense is in Clone Wall. Um, Bigfoot starts with guaranteed lethal. Jack already talked about it. Houdini rips away your only defense in hand and then kills you. Rex kind of runs at you and says, "Hi, Siri will kill you with a quadrillion auto damage." Because it's Siri, and she'll just survive anything. If you try to pressure her, she goes Unicorn Ally and says, "Hi, 777." So yeah, I don't know. For the Witcher matchups, I guess the best thing you have is Yennefer Triss. They don't really like getting slapped that much, but since Yennefer and Triss are not that relevant, at least not as relevant as we thought at the start, I don't think it matters that much because you don't really like any of the other ones. I feel like Eridan. Eridan might be like your nightmare matchup. I feel like. Leshen also, the more I play it, the more I like it from Leshen. Because Leshen can just kind of chill and slap you back and chill and yeah, chill. Leshen gameplay, I mean. Siri already talked about it. Geralt already talked about it. Yeah, sure, Philippa. But Philippa is not that relevant, so yeah. I don't know. I was not the biggest Luke believer before, and I certainly won't be now. And then, one that I sadly have to say, yeah, is much better now, is Rex. Like, Rex even has this wonderful green arrow pointing upwards, and to have a mid tier that moves up that much is insane. Like, yeah. Rex's matchup spread with The Witcher got so much better. Whereas before, I was of the opinion that, like, okay, now many characters can just survive her, and since we have split advantage, just starting with 7 cards in hand against her is just that big of a deal, so that you can't really start aggressing you that much and giving you time to actually play your cards. Um, yeah, I mean, now against Witcher, she destroys all of them. It's so funny. Um, except Geralt. Now for the pros, I mean, yeah, you have so many high value attacks. You have insane combo potential, a lot of health, and yeah, one of the most scariest pressure games in all of Unmatched with your draw. Also, on top of that, you have reach, which just means you don't get attacked that much, which kinda helps you mitigate the fact that you have not that many blocks. And the blocks that you do have are not that great. Now, you are insanely map dependent, because, well, you have to reach the opponent to attack, well, because you won't play fatigue, because you draw an extra card at the end of your turn, mandatory. Um, so if you ever play Brexy, you have to play on map, which makes her a bit predictable, but doesn't do much if the opponent can't do anything about it. Now you hate discards because you want to attack with everything you have, right? You need that fuel and the damage. But if the opponent just makes you discard cards and you have to spend a turn double maneuvering, that feels bad. That feels really bad. And of course, at some point you will deal yourself a lot of self damage, right? You start with 27 health, which is a lot, but technically, if you look at a game, you'd only kind of have like 17 due to all of your self damage throughout the game, which still is a lot, but due to your bad blocks, you can afford to take self damage at the start just to your sheer amount of health that you have left, but at some point it can get scary. So just keep that in mind. For the good matchups, it's just characters that you run down, like characters with low draw or bad defenses that just die. Ghost Rider dies, Doctor Strange dies, Drac dies, Luke dies, Wukong dies, Winter Soldier dies. Every single Witcher character except Geralt just dies. Like, you almost have free win matchups into all of them, except Geralt. Like I said, the Siri, if she gets Unicorn Ally early and has good draw, can maybe sometimes do stuff, but it's nah. Like Rex's matchup threat into Witcher is just absurd. So yeah, she got a lot more relevant this time. I think she was actually not in Spring Showdown, which I am very glad of because Rex with Arsenal is just ouch. Rex in Arsenal draft would be too much. But yeah, I definitely predict her being played even more now and people glazing her even more. For the bad matchups, I mean, it's still the characters that can either pressure her back or have a lot of ways to draw or just deal with her pressure. Achilles, once he gets enraged, which he will, can start stabbing you back because he will draw even more than you. Shulk has so many discards and so much health that she doesn't care. Bigfoot, you can't really pressure due to his ability. Joel can survive at some point. Settler is the bane of your existence. And any, like we talked about before, will just stab you back. Well, yeah, Rex, menace. Menace. Now, this one, I just remember last time, Moon Knight top 10. Now 24. Having a character drop from like mid tier to very bad, okay, I can understand that because yeah, sure, maybe they were niche before, but then like the new characters just shut them down a bit too much, and then from niche dropping to relevant is like, okay, yeah, I can see that, but I don't think I've ever seen a meta character like Moon Knight who was like consistent AA plus before the whole time drop so much. It is really interesting to see this, and I'll explain why in a second when we get to the matchups. Now, for Moon Knight himself, of course, you still have very high value attacks with Khonshu. Khonshu also ignores non-combat damage, meaning you get free maneuvers and fatigue, you can't take effect damage, which is, we now see with Eridan how strong that exactly is. Um, you also have really good defenses as Mr. Knight and great mobility with Moon Knight. It just depends on how you manage those forms. Now, the bad thing is the cycle is kind of forced. You only have I'm Not Real to skip one of them, but other than that, the opponent can really plan around that. Now, you also have low amount of card draw, and in Moon Knight form, you can be pressured quite well. Um, you don't have that many great defenses for him, because many of your threes have something like if you win the combat, because of course they expect you to play them as Mr. Knight. So you have a lot of blank threes for defense as Moon Knight. So yeah, you'll definitely have to play around that on each Moon Knight turn to have at least one past and present or something like that in hand to block well. So you don't really like getting pressured. So good matchups, of course, are the ones that don't really pressure you or that you can pressure even more. Doctor Strange doesn't like to get slapped hard, and no matter what he does against Khonshu, he will take damage. Um, Shulk, you can actually fatigue her quite well because you have a better fatigue game than her, and also she doesn't like getting slapped hard. Um, Luke, yeah, have fun dealing damage back with skin against a character that doesn't take damage against it. Trash talk doesn't work because, hey, I'm slapping with sixes. Have fun. Then when he wants to step back, I have +1 on defense. Nice. Sinbad, yeah, doesn't do that much. You can survive him quite well. Daredevil dies. Bigfoot is still quite even. I prefer the Moon Knight side a bit, but it's an overall evenish matchup. It just depends on interactions, and it's just really good for Moon Knight. Now, for the bad matchups, Duza just forces you to discard too much. Wukong, I mean, Ijin, Wukong, too many sidekicks. You don't really have a way to get rid of them. Tomori pressures you too much. Bat runs away the whole game, so you can't ever get a contra turn on him, and Annie slaps you. Now, Witcher characters. I think Witcher really just screwed Moon Knight over. Like, I think they were just designed to make his life bad. Let's just start with the worst one, Leshen. Leshen can just instantly go in this Wukong engine category of you don't have a single chance in a million games. Legend puts 8 wolves in your way, making you go through them on contra turns. Can body block against travelers. You will almost never really have any type of chance to get to Legend himself. And even if you do, yeah, then you spend 3 turns getting to contra again, in which he will heal 3 health again, basically denying your damage that you did before. And then he can just on your when you're Mr. Knight, just yeah, vanish, deal your 1, and then yeah, sure, you're forced to go into Moon Knight next, and then he'll slap you with a 5 into a 7. Because why not? And just kill you at some point, and you don't really have any way to do anything against it. The only thing I've seen Moon Knights try to do is playing fatigue-ish, but I also don't see that ever working. Um, in my games, Legend just absolutely demolished him. It also seems to be the case in most things. So, yeah, Legend is just your biggest nightmare. Might be in your top 3 worst matchups. Now, Eridan isn't much better. Let's be honest on that one. At the start of the game, you just have a pain just going through all of his red riders. And then once he gets enraged, sure, you rely on dealing him a lot of damage with Conchu. Well, sad that his defenses are cracked. And then he just deals you so much damage back that, yeah, it's not a great time. Well, who's next? Siri. Siri just doesn't care. Like, she can tank 1 Conchu attack at the start, maybe feint it or something. And then she has so much time to actually set up her source that at some point she just rushes you down and has too much health for you to even chew through. Like in most games, Siri doesn't even go lower than half health because you just need too much time to actually get that many high value attacks on her. Um, then I mean, Yennefer. At the start, people were like, okay, yeah, Moon Knight might have a game into Yennefer if you just keep attacking her. Nope. Nope. You lose too many cards. Like, I don't know. You just. She will attack you with 7s, make you discard for cancels, or even discard with ball lightning or defense, even if you have to discard both. If she can ignore your contra turns in that case because you don't have cards, yeah, she doesn't really care. It's just, I don't know. Geralt can keep slapping you hard. I mean, that one is okay-ish, but like, I don't know. The only one I really like for Moon Knight is Philippa, and Philippa again isn't that great. It really pains me because I love Moon Knight. He used to be my comfy pick in Summer of Legends that I just went each time because yeah, he was decent into everything, and now it's like, huh. 5 out of the 6 new fighters either absolutely destroy him or are barely even. Cool. Yeah, it just pains me a bit. I'm a big Moon Knight enjoyer, and I'm sad that he had to drop so much. What I'm not sad of is seeing Injin in this kind of semi mid high tier again. moving up 2 spots because hey, I'm also an engine enjoyer. Engine, of course, still is one of the most 50-50 fighters in the whole game. He either absolutely destroys you or does nothing, which is kind of funny. Um, Same actually goes for his Witcher's spread, which is funny. Like he auto loses against 3 and auto wins against 3. It's so funny. Um, yeah. For the pros, you have great mobility, great card draw, 8 auto damage with traps, insane board control. Like you're the board control fighter. Let's be honest. Um, you shut down melee fighters even better than Wukong at some point. Um, you have an insane fatigue game and just pressure the opponent so much with so many poke attacks that they often can't really keep up. Now, if they somehow can and get to Muldoon through the 8 traps, well, you have not that many blocks. Sure, the blocks that you have are quite good, right? You have a lot of force, you have feints, which is quite nice. But at some point, you can also be caught off guard without defense. And yeah, that can hurt because you only have 14 health. Now, your attacks are also not that big. You'll just like keep slapping them with a 3 and a 2 and a 3 and a 4. So they always have to respect it and still defend, but you won't really deal much damage on each attack. It's just like wasting their cards and making them use them on defense. And of course, well, you're map dependent because you need to place traps in the right spots to keep Muldoon safe. And that, of course, also says that, yeah, he's pretty difficult to play. When to know where to put which trap, um, and when to not put traps at all, because, hey, in fatigue, they're actually a detriment to you. It's quite hard to know. I noticed this myself again just in Spring Showdown when I played my game against Ema as Muldoon versus his Titania on bronze, where I probably would have won the game, but I made one single positioning error, being one space too far in so that he could pull me out of my zone and stab at me. So, yeah, Engine is just, he requires 100% of your brain power for the whole game. Like, you have to concentrate the whole time and not make a single mistake. But if you can, and if you somehow become as cracked as Kiet, then Engine is really, really good. Now, the good matchups are, of course, well, your typical melee brawl fighters and Tomoe. Uh, Achilles, your the Achilles hard counter. Tomoe doesn't like sidekicks, and you just poke at her, and she doesn't like sidekicks, and you have 9 of them. Woohoo! Luke can't really get to you. Sinbad can't get to you. Daredevil can't get to you. Bigfoot can't get to you. Wonderful. And for the bad matchups, I mean, those are just pings off your sidekicks and makes you lose even more value and doesn't care. Wukong, kind of the same. Um, Yen just gets to you way too often. Jill has too much value. Bat just ports in and slaps you with a 7. Punch also exists. And Leshen, again. Leshen is so weird. I'll talk about it more when we get to his slide, but I love Leshen. Um, yeah, Leshen is you always, like I said, you always deal like 1 damage to him, which means you'll always heal the 1 and then yeah, what did you do? Nothing. But yeah, for Muldoon, it's like the Ranger characters, whereas you absolutely hard counter Aradin, which is very, very good for you because yeah, Aradin is insanely meta relevant, as we'll see. You absolutely hard counter Geralt, which is also quite nice, and you are still quite decent into like Philippa Yentris, I guess. But on the other hand, you absolutely get destroyed by Leshen in Siri, which is yeah. I mean, Muldoon has this 50-50 stuff, but that was always his thing. So the counter pick that he is, as like the threat to limit the opponent's options, he will always remain in this like high mid tier range, I guess, just due to how volatile his matchups are. And thus we conclude the B plus tier. Now we get to the very good ones, the A tier, fighter 22 to 16. These are the ones that will be relevant in every single draft. They don't have many very bad matchups, especially if we consider bans in the pre-stage, and they are very versatile and basically always in some kind of way playable. Um, you have to always consider these because, of course, well, the S plus will usually be banned from the tournament organizer anyways because they're just broken, and the usual S tier fighters will, yeah, like get banned in the pre-ban phase usually, and then it's like the A plus and A tiers that you get out against each other with maybe some B counter picks. But yeah, it's these that really just keep shining, especially as like second, third pick after you pick like an A plus at the start to chill. Now, let's start with Titania. And I love it. She moved up technically 5 spots. Um, Now chilling at number 22 in A, and I just love to see her here. Her matchup spread into Witcher got so much better, and I love it. Like Titania, especially in Spring Showdown, was one of the best sleeper picks. Sleep, because Glamour sleep. No one laughed, sorry. She was one of the best sleeper picks in Spring Showdown, in my opinion, because there were like only 2 fighters that really countered her, and those were banned in every single game. So, yeah, she was just basically good every single time. So, yeah, it it was really nice. For Titania, of course, she has a lot of things going for her. You have insane pressure and combo potential with Rhyme. Like one Rhyme turn can instantly nuke an opponent. You have perfect fatigue game with Sleep at some point if you just set it up right. Because, I mean, yeah, you don't take any more damage if the opponent doesn't attack you. You have 8 auto damage with 2 glances and the 2 parting gifts, which is really nice. Obi is a menace. 3 print 5s, being able to throw another 3 5s, dealing 2 damage back on defense. Obi is damn. And then, of course, she's very versatile, right? You can go for action game combo with Rhyme. You can go for fatigue with Sleep. You can just slap the opponent hard usually with a lot of 5s and 8 auto. Like you have a lot of different game plans. And depending on which glamour you draw, you can just adjust them a lot because, well, you have 6 different abilities that you can play around. That's really cool. Now, there is a bit of inconsistency with the glamours, whereas, for example, if you get Rhyme as your first one and you don't have schemes in hand, well, you probably discard it quite early and then you don't really want to put it back with the Moon Looks Down because you usually want to put Sleep at the bottom. So there is like some kind of inconsistency with the glamours depending on the matchup. Like there's some matchup where it's like it you rely on the order a bit more, but usually it's just like going with the flow is fine. You have a low starting health of 12. Sure, you have 6 healing, which is a lot, but still, if you don't really draw them or only get one, you might get pressured a lot. You often in like at least the damage matchups, like I don't know, Golden Bat, you rely on Oberon to deal a good amount of damage. Like his 3 5s are just very, very valuable to you. So you have to protect him a lot. Good thing is you can also heal him instead of yourself. So it's not that bad, but if he dies early, you can suffer. But one of the biggest drawbacks to her is just the low quantity of combat cards. You have so many schemes in the deck that often your game plan of either playing sleep, in which case, well, you need a lot of blocks to actually survive to that point, doesn't work, or you want to kill the opponent, but then at some point just have like the yellow hand that we all love without Ram. So yeah, it is a bit weird. It's always with her like these semi small consistency issues that are like not that bad on their own, but together can break your game. But I mean, you can often still play around it. It's not that bad. For the good matchups, you are the biggest hard counter to Sherlock. Sherlock doesn't chant chant a stance. Yes, stand a chance. Um, Against you due to sleep. Sleep just instantly wins you the matchup. Same with Ghost Rider. Sleep instantly wins you the matchup. Now, for Annie, you start with low health, and you have a lot of auto damage to finish her at some point, and you can control really nice how to approach the matchup because at some point you can also just sleep to ignore her auto damage with the schemes, which she often needs to finish you. When Shoddy is dead, you can fatigue her and run around, which is quite nice. Golden Bat just dies from your pressure. I also have a video on that matchup here on the channel, and that was on basketball, which is probably one of, if not the best map for a bat in the matchup, to be honest. And even there, he died often. So yeah, then Tesla is still a quite good one because yeah, you just keep slapping at each other, and it just depends on who draws more. And you are also quite good into Aerodin because yeah, you can move him out of his comfort zone when the riders are still there, attacking him a lot, and then later just yeah, drawing like a maniac and keep slapping at him. So that's quite nice. For the bad matchups, I mean, Duza, you hate discards, right? You have low quantity of combat cards if you have to discard even more of them. That's not great. Bigfoot, yeah, Bigfoot has too many cancels, just slaps you too hard, and yeah, doesn't work. Wukong also too much value, too many discards. Houdini will nuke you in one turn, just because it's Houdini. Siri, you can't do anything about, which is funny. She has an even better fatigue game than you do. She has so many discards, which you don't like. She has too much health. You can't really pressure her because of Unicorn, because even if, yeah, you get an undefended hit with your Rhyme turn, she will just still draw one with Unicorn, then maybe still, again, have defense. So, yeah, your whole game plan doesn't work on her. And Raptors, yeah, just make you lose too many cards on defense, so you can't really pressure them back. Now, for the other Witcher characters, Titania is really good into Yennefer and Triss, from my experience. I really like that matchup for her. It's probably like 60-40. So try it out. Leschen is kind of 50-50-ish, because you can do a lot of stuff with invisibility, moving through the walls and getting to him, or love moving him out of the zone, or at some point maybe going for sleep, although I haven't actually seen Titania sleep Leschen yet. Um, but yeah, I still like that for her. Geralt is also quite nice. I don't really mind. Philippa, I mean, if you get sleep early, she relies on auto damage a lot. Sure, she has a lot of discards, but if you can manage to pull it off, it's quite nice. And yeah, I mean, Siri, we already talked about. It's bad. Well, yeah, I love to see Titania up here. She just has like so many good matchups, especially in Spring Showdown, where Wukong, Houdini, and Siri were auto banned the whole time. And Duza and Bigfoot were not even in the roster. You were just free to pick Titania every single game, almost. So yeah, I love to see a Titania meta, so I'm really happy to see her here. And let's hope that she also does well into Battle of Legends Volume 3. And now, this one is the one that I shifted my opinion on the most. Because if you saw my previous tier list, I had Yennefer and Triss in S tier and was talking about how broken they are. Wow, how first opinions can change. I think it was due to the current ladder that was held on the release, with like having Yen, Duza, and Tesla as relevant matchups on there, and Yennefer and Triss just going bonkers on them. But over time, their weaknesses have become more and more relevant, and I think they are actually probably the best balanced Witcher character that we have. Call me out on that. Many people don't like their game plan, but I think, yeah, they're probably the best balanced out of them. And that is funny because everyone was screaming how broken they were at the start. Yeah, well, let's talk about them. Of course, you have the choice between your abilities at the start. Either going Yennefer, having basically King Arthur plus, choice of immediately boosting or going Triss with a more auto damage fatigue value wise approach, um, dealing to an adjacent fighter whenever you play a scheme. Now, that sounds like a great choice. Sadly, it really isn't a choice. Yennefer is better in 99% of matchups, which is a bit sad, but I guess I'll take it. Um, for Yennefer, of course, you have many high value attacks. You have your 7s, which boosted can technically be 11s. Why not? You have, again, 3s that you can boost up to 7s and then recur them to hand. You have an insane amount of discards. Technically, if the opponent doesn't want to take like 6 damage. Um, Technically, Yennefer and Triss, I think, have the highest number of discards in the whole game. If we count like every discard that they could force, 6 from the 7s, 3 from cancels, 3 from the Ball Lightnings, another 4 from Miracle's Hailstorm. Yeah, there's a lot. So, yeah, you have great hand pressure. You also have a decent amount of healing with your 3 ongoings and then, of course, the 3 barriers. Um, Big thing is your boosting is immediate, so it's not like with Arthur where you just boost before the attack and then the opponent knows about it. Um, you actually get to see the opponent's card before you boost, which is bonkers. Like, that's insane. Um, Especially if you like play an offensive feint. That's a really fun part because then the opponent actually decides before you boost if they feint or not, and then you can adjust your boost depending on that. So yeah, it's just wild. Like if you like, for example, attack with Echoing Blast, and the opponent knows that, they're like, well, I can block for 4. Then she'll just boost to a 6 and get the card back. And I still take 2. Hmm. Or I can feint the effect, and then she boosts with 3 and I take 4. Hmm. Sucks to be me. So yeah, the immediate choice of boosting is still probably like the thing that bugs me about them a bit, but I mean, in a deck it makes sense. For the cons, they do have a lot. Um, they don't have cancels. Well, I just talked about the cancel before. What were you saying, Karma? I thought they had cancels. It's a choice. So either you discard a card or they cancel. So that means any character that has to trigger effects, no matter the cost, will just discard and guarantee their effect. Meaning, against the characters where you need cancels, you don't have cancels. Against the characters where you don't need cancels, you have cancels. So yeah, that's not great. Other than that, your defenses are very bad, like value-wise. You have your 3 magical barriers and everything else is 3s or lower. And you don't really want to play your 3s because Ball Lightning will make you discard yourself probably. And the cancel isn't a cancel. So yeah. Also your mobility is quite low. You have Portal, which you will usually use to move the opponent, at least from my experience. And technically you have the 2 Versatile, which puts you in a zone, but not many movement effects overall. And your card draw is quite bad. Like, you have the 1 draw on the 2 Versatile, and that's it. I mean, I guess Echoing Blast recurs itself, which can be considered draw. But since you're spending another card to boost it, yeah, I won't count it. So you're very like susceptible to pressure. If an opponent just runs at you and slaps you hard, your low defenses and low card draw won't held up to them. So you usually try to keep their hand size low with your amount of discards um, to actually scare them away. But there are a lot of characters that just don't really care. However, for the good matchups, are of course the ones that also like to play this slower value approach. Like you probably just outright counter Yenenga. It's really funny um, because you just do everything she does in better value wise. You have even more discards. You have potentially great combo potential to like slap her with 2 7s after portals when she's at low hand count. And yeah, she just doesn't like the matchup. Duza kind of similar. Yeah, Duza hates discarding her cards, and you don't really care that much. So yeah, that's great. Tesla, you can force to use coils on defense again, or just make him spend so many cards that yeah, he can't really attack you back. Aerodin is a weird one. I'd say it's even-ish, if not slightly Entry's favorite, maybe. Um, you just have a lot of answers to his cards, and again, he doesn't like discarding because especially if he has to discard defense, it's not great. Um, Moon Knight, already talked about it on the Moon Knight slide. Yeah, you just pressure him in the right form, and he can't really do much. And Jill is kind of evenish, but yeah, you can just keep slapping at her, and yeah, you have so many discards that even the Daisy schemes don't matter that much. For the bad matchups, it's of course either the characters that just rush you down with big attacks or just guarantee great effects on you. Bigfoot, yeah, just rushes you down with sixes and the fours and fives and fours and sixes. Red just gets all the effects she wants. Houdini does both, rushes you down and gets all the effects she wants. I don't know. Rex does Rex things. Daredevil gets guaranteed devils. Woohoo! And Sinbad has guaranteed voyages. Nice. So yeah, Ian Triss definitely have their big weaknesses. Um, One thing to say about Triss, I think there are two matchups where you maybe prefer her, Achilles and Luke, but those two are not so great for you anyways, so yeah, I'd rather avoid playing those anyways. So yeah, overall, I think Yennefer and Triss are just good overall. You definitely have to set them up quite well, and they definitely felt like a more niche pick in the Spring Showdown at least. Um, than I thought they would, and then many people also were like expecting them because everyone was like, "Oh, damn, they will be the new S plus permaban next to Sherlock," and yeah, now they're at number 21, which is kind of funny. But yeah, that was about it for them. Let's move on to Dr. Joel Trent, who actually stays in the exact same spot, which is funny. I mean, Joe kind of is like the consistent machine. uh, she's just good at everything into anything, and yeah, doesn't have much she cares about. So it's kind of fitting that she just stays at the exact same spot. Um, for the pros, she has a great value game. Many people mistaking her for being a fatigue fighter due to the Daisy schemes, but I consider her value because of the 6 extra cards and quadra-tended discards and stuff. She's very versatile with her gadgets, either dealing more damage or getting some healing that the opponent didn't expect. Daisy is just one hell of a menace with her schemes and 2 printed 5s, which is, yeah, bonkers. She has one of the most insane block packages in the whole game that I've ever seen. 2 print 5s, 3 print 4s, up to 9 utility bells, which are also kind of like 4s. It's a lot. Like trying to kill Jill with just like damage is hard. Let's say that. Um, and of course, you have so much healing potential with tonic and utility that it is really cool. Like Jill just plays a very decent overall game with nothing too scummy, and I love it. Now, for the cons, she does rely on the Daisy schemes a bit in a lot of matchups, um, and Daisy can't cancel. Now, that is, I think, the only real big drawback that she has. If Daisy was able to cancel, I think Jill would be around A plus, if not almost S tier. It is a big weakness that almost loses her all of the matchups that we have in bad matchups. Um, Now she also has low health herself on 13, so even though her blocks are that great, if she doesn't have the time to find them, if you rush her down with high value attacks, that can work. Because she also doesn't have that much card draw. She does have card draw on utility belt, but in that case she doesn't heal, which is a trait that I think if you're going for Unga Bunga, you're perfectly fine taking. Now, for the good matchups, it's the ones that like play the semi-value game over like a mid-ish long game. Um, Yen is just overall good for you. It's 50-50-ish. I think on your map it's Joe favored. Bigfoot overall doesn't have a great way to deal with Daisy because he just goes for big values, and I mean your defense values are just high, so you like that. Widow, yeah, just you just kind of do everything Widow does in better value wise. Drac, have fun killing Jill as Drac. Already talked about that. She-Hulk, you can fatigue her quite well. And Siri, you are probably one of, if not the best Siri counter next to Houdini and Rex. Because, well, Siri takes a lot of time to build up her source and to actually kill Daisy. So at the point where she gets source, Daisy already played like 2 schemes for full value. And then, yeah, Siri can actually start lacking value herself, which is funny. And for the bad matchups, yeah, Sinbad. Guess what? Daisy can't cancel. Hmm, meh. Wukong. Wukong just outvalues you, funny enough. He just doesn't really care about Daisy from my experience. He just keeps slapping at Jill. Daredevil, guess what? Daisy can't cancel. Tomoe is one of the fighters that just rushes you down with damage and pressure due to yellow health. Red, I mean, Daisy can't cancel. What should I say? And Luke again tries to rush you down. So, yeah, those are like the only ones I'd say you really dislike out of like not strange tier and stuff. But yeah, I feel like Jill is just always this like kind of safe-ish pick that isn't like too great into anything. She's not like a Muldoon who just instantly wins matchups. Like even the ones that are good, I think can go both ways. Um, so yeah, he's oh boy, gender swap. She's just always like this solid pick that you can go with no matter what. And yeah, that's why we love her. And now this one. Now, Sinbad at 19, you see a wonderful green one there, meaning he actually moved up basically 7 spots. Now, that's something we like to see. Sinbad actually getting more and more credits. And I think that won't stop because Restoration really likes to implement more conditional or feints or fighters without feints. That's right now. Like, they just really have this trend. And Sinbad, of course, loves that. Now, Sinbad has great mobility. Who would have thought? His ability is the mobility ability. Ability. Of course, also he has great card draw. Now, there is the mind game between Voyage or Commanding, which, well, once Commanding is played, is gone, but, well, that's why you don't play Commanding at the start. And then, of course, you have many high value attacks later through the game. And you can basically attack every single turn. Now, the bad thing about that is you can't really do anything else but attack every single turn. Because you don't really have another game plan, you just maneuver and attack, which is very linear. Not that the opponent can do much about it, but yeah. You often rely on Voyage Home to get that last bit of damage in, although against the fighters without cancels, which you place Sinbad into, that doesn't really matter. Um, you basically don't really have auto damage, so you just rely on slapping normally each turn. Um, you don't have a fatigue game. Sure, you might have some options because at the end of the game you maneuver attack every turn, whereas other fighters might have to double maneuver to get there or boost or anything. So your value game is actually quite nice. Um, but yeah, fatigue wise, just pass or something you just have to approach each time. Um, you also can't really deal with 1 health sidekicks at all because yeah, you don't have pings and yeah, you just maneuver and attack them and maneuver and attack them and yeah. Of course, you hate cancels. Cancels is if any fighter has more than 3 cancels and can reliably pull them off, that's not great for you. But I mean, that's not the type of fighter you play Sinbad into. For the good matchups, I mean, Yenenga is the obvious one. Sinbad is the Yenenga counter. It's one of the, if not the most one-sided matchup in all of Unmatched. Um, I have no clue how people have won it. I mean, maybe Sinbad didn't draw defense in the first 10 cards and Yen had her combo. I don't know. But yeah, it's just almost impossible. The red one, even though it's still very, very, very good for Sinbad, I started to like a bit more for red over the time, but yeah, it's still very good for you. T-Rex, you can outdraw and outpressure at some point. You just have to survive like the first couple of turns. Then Tesla doesn't like to spend coins on defense, and he has because Sinbad will just keep attacking him. Now, Jill, Daisy doesn't have cancels, and Jill only has two cancels after that. Yippee! And then Yennefer and Triss don't have cancels at all. Woo! Yeah, we love that. Um, for the bad matchups, I mean, Duza. Duza is not as bad as you would think it is, but it is still bad. She just makes you discard a lot and puts one of side game ways. Bigfoot has five cancels. Wukong is Wukong. Injin is Injin. And Eridan is Eridan. Um, just too many one health sidekicks and then slapping you harder than you want. But yeah, overall, like the Sinbad's matchup spread into Witcher was also quite funny because he absolutely nukes Yen and Triss. He absolutely gets destroyed by Eridan. Leshen is kind of evenish. Ciri is kind of evenish. Um, and then, yeah, you have Geralt and Philippa, which exist, I guess, which you don't really care about. Both are fine. But yeah, you have another big Yennefer and Triss counter, and I mean, yeah, his matchup spread will just keep getting better and better and better. Like, especially in Spring Showdown, Sinbad got picked almost every single time in second pick. So I think it's definitely worth having him here because, yeah, he'll just get better each time. And another fighter that will probably get better each time for the exact same reason is Daredevil. Just that for him, it's even more volatile probably than with Sinbad. Now, you see that there is a 0 there, so, which means he basically moved up 6 um, to like the exact same spot that he was on before. So last time he was 18th, and he was 18th, and just that now we have 6 more characters in the ranking. So yeah, why not? Daredevil, of course, has great mobility. Move 3, pass to move through, grappling hook to move. He has a potentially infinite deck with devils. He has a high health total with breathers, not breathers, knees, and 17 health starting. And he can blind boost if needed against high slappers, even though he only has 3 value defenses. Now, for the cons, he doesn't have card draw. So, yeah, if an opponent actually can pressure him and just keep slapping at him, that's not good. He starts with a lower deck size, which means he will have to approach you and maybe get himself pinned or like comboed in that case. Um, he also relies on drawing devils at the right time because, of course, if they are buried, if one gets fainted and the other is buried, well, you might have a hard time finding it and then actually playing it um, before the opponent finds their tools. You don't have many movement effects on defense or combo breakers in that case. You have grappling hook, of course, but that doesn't move through opposing fighters. So even though you have a great basic mobility, once you are kind of trapped, it's hard to get out without adversity. And you only have 12 blocks in your whole deck. Sure, you can recur them, but again, if the opponent just pressures you too much, you might not get the time to actually go in and recur. And even when you want to, they might faint. So yeah, for the good matchups is of course faintless characters. Yenenga can't faint. You have an infinite deck. Have fun. Wugong can't faint. You have an infinite deck. Just blind boost against Oxus and don't care about the rest. Cool. Duza. Um, you're one of Duza's biggest counters because yeah, she can't really pressure you and doesn't have a way to actually like get rid of all of your devils. Sure, she has her 3 feints, but then that's it. Cool. Jill, Daisy doesn't have feints. Nice. Yennefer and Triss don't have feints. Leshen doesn't have feints. Yeah, and that's just Daredevil for you. He will just, yeah, always destroy these non-feint characters. Like, I think there isn't a single non-feint character that has a good matchup into him. Like, a one that where they are actually favored. At least I can't think of one right now. Which is just, yeah, absurd. I don't know. For the bad matchups, it's the ones that just pressure him too much or make him discard a lot of cards or anything. Tomoe, you can't run away from her because you'll just keep getting damaged from her ability. Raptors will nuke you in one turn. Genie will, just discard all of your cards. Widow, kind of the same. Bigfoot has 5 cancels, which is very fun. And then Engine, yeah, you won't get to multiple, and at some point you can't even play Devils anymore because you have to attack someone with them. And if you can't, well, no recursion. But yeah, Daredevil, I don't know, I think he'll also will he get better into Battle of Legends Wave 3? Maybe not. I mean, Chupa exists. Chupa will probably absolutely destroy him, but we'll see. Uh, yeah, for now, he will stay here and yeah, enjoy his time to shine while we move on to the next one, being Tomoe Gozen, who also yeah, got a decent increase in uses. So I also put her up 6 spots. Of course, Tomoe has great pressure as before. She has a lot of ping damage with her ability and just like moving the opponent with her movement effects. She has 4 discards, 2 of which are chosen, which is insane. She has 2 Prince 7s, which combined with chosen discards make for a nasty combination. And yeah, she has just great blocks. Like her blocks are insane. From 3 Faint Plus to 3 5s, 3 4s. Yeah, she has a lot of great blocks. Um, Problems are your cancel only works on heroes, which isn't that bad, I guess. It's one of the more okay conditional cancels, but especially against characters with very good sidekicks. Ouch. Not great. Also, your ability only works in heroes, which probably is for the better, because otherwise sidekick characters would be unplayable against her, but it's a bad thing. Um, Also, she doesn't like getting pressured because, of course, if she's getting pressured and she has to double maneuver a lot and, well, run away, she won't get the ping because if she's leaving the zone, that's not the opponent leaving her zone. So, yeah, if possible, she wants to stay at a higher hand count and, yeah, make the opponent worried. But, yeah, she definitely struggles just with one help sidekicks and sidekicks overall. That's her big thing. For the good matchups, I mean, it's the ones that are mostly solo heroes or that just don't like getting pressured. Bat. Bat is the perfect example. Like, he likes running away, he likes making you waste cards. Against Tomoe, well, he will just take a lot of damage. And then at some point die. Daredevil, kind of same. Black Widow, you just keep slapping at her and she takes a lot of ping and then she has to run because she's worried and she takes even more ping and dies. Moon Knight, kind of same. Just, yeah, keep harassing him. Drac also, you can really easily get rid of his beast forms with Confront and then, yeah, keep harassing him. And Joe, yeah, you also just keep slapping at her. For the bad ones, I mean, it's the ones with powerful sidekicks that do sidekick stuff. I mean, Wukong. Wukong is just the prime example. He only does stuff with his sidekicks, and his sidekicks can do everything. So yeah, you hate that. Um, Duza is just horrible. A lot of discards. Yeah, 5 sidekicks. Woohoo! Fun. Engine, 9 sidekicks, even better. Achilles, Pat is a menace, and then Achilles just snaps you to death. Um, Annie, yeah, Charlie is a menace, and then Annie just abuses your ability so much that she will slap you, and Luke just stands in your face and says, "Come hit me," because you only have 2 attacks with your 7s that actually do something against Trash Dog, and in that case, you end your turn anyways, so you'll still be next to him and get slapped. So woohoo! Um, but yeah, other than that, against Witcher, Tomoe actually is just decent into basically all of them. Like, she's good into Lesion, that's like slightly her favorite. I think on his map it's even. She's slightly favored into Siri. She's even with Yentrace. She's even-ish with Geralt, I think. Yeah, she's even-ish with Garrett, and she's just okay against all of them, which is also why she moved up a lot, because the Witcher characters are so volatile, so strong, that a lot of characters just get bumped down just due to being bad against 2 or 3 of them. But Tomori just chills and kind of can handle all of them, which is just great to have. So she's also becoming like this pretty comfort pick that's good into a lot of the characters if you ban out some specific ones like Wukong, I guess. So yeah, that's why she's moved up, and I enjoy it. Now, who's moving down is Shulk. I mean, it's only one spot technically, but yeah, last time she was at ninth place, which is a pretty decent drop now, going down to 16. Um, for the pros, I mean, Shulk has a very high health total, of course. Starting at 20, going up to 24 with heals. She has some of the scariest attacks in the game with Omega or Savage She-Hulk, 5 of random discards, and yeah, a 9. Why not? She has a lot of discards with her 5s and Lady Justice. She has a great fatigue game and great auto damage with throws. Now, the cons about that is she has low boost values. She can lack damage if she has to approach herself a lot, even though at the start of many games, Shark actually wants to go in herself and use her cards normally, and then by doing that, farm some passes and then later go for the throws. If she plays against an opponent that just has an outright better fatigue game than her, and that can kite her for like the most time of the game, yeah, she can lack a lot of damage because she also has no movement effects on combat cards. So yeah, anyone who can just like slap at her or just kite her for a lot of the game will usually win. For the good matchups, I mean Widow. Uh, yeah, Widow just dies from throwing and big attacks. Houdini, you basically guarantee your random discards on him. Lady Justice is insane. Wukong, yeah, you can trigger all of your effects on the clones for most of the game. And it just depends on what you random discard. Drak loses way too much value and can't ever beast from you lethal because you have too much health. Rex, yeah, you just discard too many of her cards, and Daredevil kind of the same. For the bad matchups, G-Bat runs away, Sherlock runs away, Strange runs away, Moon Knight either runs away or kills you. Both works. Jill can also fatigue you, and Leshen also just runs and shields, because you can't really trigger any of your effects on him or the wolves the whole time, because he always blocks for 4, kinda. So, yeah. Um, Overall, why she dropped that much is, again, Witcher related. She doesn't like Leshen, which you already talked about. She absolutely hates Eridan. Like, Eridan and his scheme. Eridan's ongoing is so stupid. Like, oh, he shuts down so many characters just with that one card. It's so broken. Um, yeah, she can throw at him and then she doesn't get any of her effects because, hey, his defenses are also +1. And then she dies. Nice. Um, Yen Triss are not that great for her because she hates discarding even more cards because then she can't really throw. Um, and yeah, I mean, Geralt is playable-ish. It's not great. Philippa is a free win. I mean, that should be obvious. Did I forget everyone? Oh yeah, Series. Series evenish, maybe slightly favored for Shulk, but it also depends on the map a lot. But yeah, overall, she doesn't like Witcher characters that much, and yeah, it's just not that great for her. Even though characters like Rex and Houdini are becoming even better now, I don't think Shulk likes this better a lot. At least from my gut instinct. Like, she wasn't a part of the roster in Spring Showdown, so I might be off on this one, and she might be played more than I think. But yeah, I don't know. I just don't see her being as good and strong and scary as before. So there we are, 8 tier finished. Over 3 hours in. Let's go. It's not much left, guys. Don't worry about it. Now we'll get into the A plus tier. Fighters 15 to 10. Now, these are the ones that dictate any draft at this point. Because, of course, top 3 will be banned, just from the tournament usually. And then, yeah, the S ones are the ones that tend to get pre banned. before because people just don't want to mess with them. And then yeah, the A plus tiers are like the next strongest options that just yeah get first pick the whole time. Now they have a very good matchup spread in the current meta and are insanely versatile in how you use them. There's usually more than one way of playing each of the characters, which is why they are so good. And they often shut down certain character types from being picked as well. So they kind of have this versatile factor from the A tiers, plus just like denying the opponent a whole roster of characters on top of that, which just makes them even better. First off, is Tesla, who actually dropped down a lot with seven spaces before. Just like Shulk, he was at 8, which is a pretty damn drop. Like now that there are only like three richer characters above him, we can kind of subtract 3 from the numbers, say he dropped 4, which is not great. I mean, Tesla still has the pros that he had before. He has insanely strong effects. He has insanely high attacks, great combo potential, really good card draw if he finds his blues, good mobility, and good auto damage. Like, there's nothing he really can't do. But the problem is he can get pressure to use the coils on defense, at which point he doesn't really deal damage anymore and will just keep maneuvering to get coils back. His health is still pretty low, and he doesn't like action gain turns on defense because he only, of course, has 2 coils to spend on each turn, max. If he even has to. If he went in and attacked you big, then he only has 1 probably. So if he then gets action gained or just like slapped a lot, then yeah, he can cry a bit. Now, for the good matchups, it's still the same as before. Yenenga is really good for him. Medusa's still good. Wukong is still good. Moon Knight can still die. Strange dies. Daredevil usually dies. And for the bad matchups, it's also kind of the same. Goldenback can just run away and then slap you at the right time. Achilles rushes you down. Bigfoot rushes you down. Raptors instantly nuke you. Houdini the same. And Red just absolutely destroys you with her effects. But the main reason again why Tesla dropped is Witcher. Witcher is just overall not great for Tesla. Like, yeah, sure, Philippa's again, good for you because it's Philippa. But yeah, then problems start coming because Geralt already is not great for you. Like, his action gain sword is a menace. You don't like that. Plus, end turn is not great. um, Siri just lives and then kills you with Unicorn Ally. She rushes you down just like Achilles and Bigfoot, which is not great. Leshen, just 2+3 attacks and you're basically dead. And often you can't find the right combo material to kill him before, while also getting through the wolves. So yeah, it's also not so great. Prefer the Leshen side there. Aridin can just come and slap you because yeah, your ability kind of guarantees him getting a ranged enraged turn 2 because he will just put all of his guys next to you, and then they all get nuked by your ability and you can't do anything about that, and then he's enraged and just keeps slapping you, which is not great. um Yenfrist, we already talked about, keep your hand size low. So yeah, all of them are not really bad for you, but they're all like 40-60 and slightly favored for the Witcher character. So Tesla always felt like this pick in Spring Showdown where we were like, yeah, okay, he might still do stuff, but there were just always better options because there was always some kind of Witcher character in the draft, um, or at least relevant to a point that Tesla was just like the semi-optimal pick that didn't feel that great anymore. Now, he can still do a lot of stuff, like he's not bad at any means, or he didn't really drop off that much, but he's just not as commanding and meta defining as he was before. And now we get to my little girl, Little Red, who, I mean, technically moved up to, well, kinda, because there are like 3 Witcher characters above her now. Um, Red just, yeah, Red does Red stuff. I mean, Red will always stay here. Red has insanely strong effects. Minimum 10 auto damage each game, basically. Huntsman is one hell of a menace with sixes and dealing 3 back and random discards and draw 2 or whatever. She has a great value great game. She's insanely versatile with how she wants to play. And there's just nothing she really can't do except for one thing. Huntsman can cancel. That's a problem. um, she does have a low health total, and since people tend to go for Huntsman first, she doesn't really get healing. She can be inconsistent sometimes with the symbols, although like good rep players tend to find solutions for that. And the big thing is like she doesn't have movement effects on defense, meaning she will get comboed a lot in some cases. That's the one thing she doesn't like, because of course she has to match her symbols um, with each attack that's coming. If someone is running at her with like 3 action gains, yeah, you have to have like 4 good defenses that line up into each other, which you often won't have. And that's where you can start to like struggle a bit. But of course, if you're playing against those characters, you'll probably prepare a bit better. So it's not as bad, but that's definitely her like big weakness. For the good matchups, Jill. Daisy can't cancel. Should I say anything more? Tesla dies. Like if one of you have seen my Spring Showdown game against Kenny, where I played Red versus Tesla on Globe, I think he died in like 4 or 5 turns. It definitely wasn't much. Sure, I definitely had really, really good draw, but that's how the matchup usually goes, at least from my experience. Tesla just doesn't like taking so much damage when he attacks. G-Bat, kind of same. You just rush him down because how I at least play red in the higher competitive scene is just Unga Bunga. Almost just like dealing as much damage early as possible and going really aggressive. Yen kind of the same. If you play a long value-ish game, yeah, she wins, I guess, but you just don't do that. Wukong, you have hands. Hands is a menace, and Yen and Triss, they die because they don't have cancels. For the bad ones, I mean, yeah, Sinbad, we already talked about it on his slide. Raptors are like the epitome of everything you hate, with 70 billion action gains. Houdini as well, although that one is kind of like Sinbad, where it becomes a bit more playable over time, but still not great. Panther can mess with your basket, and I just don't like the matchup overall. Settler is your nightmare. You can't do anything against her. And it's kind of same as Eridan, just due to his stupid scheme. Um, if you somehow manage to random discard one of his ongoings with stones, you might have a chance. At that point, I think it's even. But if he has both of them, there's not much you can do. One tip I can give you in the matchup is go in and nuke all of his dudes instant with Path and deal him 2. That way he's forced to interact with you himself earlier than he wants to, because early he wants to just like kill Huntsman with his dudes, make you lose value and find his ongoing. Whereas if you nuke them all at the start, he might not have it yet, and then he has to interact with you himself, and then he might take a bit more auto damage than he usually would. And from there on, you might be able to slap him with sixes and do stuff. But it's still not great. Once he gets the ongoing, he basically doesn't take damage anymore ever. So yeah, you just maneuver boost away each time and yeah, try to go 7 away so he can only reach 3 times, and then you just try to survive that, and it's still not great. It's bad. It's very bad. For the other Witcher characters, both Ciri and Leshen are even, I'd say. You can just play both of them quite well. Geralt is maybe slightly bad for you, um, but on your map, I think it's definitely doable. And yeah, Philippa is almost free win-ish, I'd say. I've seen Kiet and Jerry not agreeing with that, but I don't know. I've never lost it, and it always felt quite comfortable for me. So yeah, I think it's heavily red favorite, but yeah, we'll see how she does into Battle of Legends Volume 3. I'm a bit concerned, but at the same time also not. Just depends. Like the Battle of Legends Volume 3 characters are just a bit volatile. So yeah, that will be funny. Trying to figure out how that actually goes. But yeah, for now, I'm happy having her stay here in the A plus. And now, the one that no one expected. Ancient Lesson at number 13. Oh boy, I just remember when the sets came out, everyone was like, damn, Lesson is so bad. Lesson is like C tier or lower. He just dies. He can't do anything. Oh boy, how wrong we were. Lesson is a menace. Um, Lesson has insanely high value attacks. Of course, if you snap the opponent for a 5 into a 7 or 5 into an 8, that hurts. Also, Leshen has great healing, so if you can't kill him in like 2 or 3 turns in a row, he will just chill back and heal 1 each turn and just sit back and enjoy the game. He has 8 1 health sidekicks, so have fun going through that. He also has 5 passes, technically 6, 7 if we count vanishes as double passes. Um, and 5 discards, 3 of which are top deck, so technically random, which is really good. And he has high value defenses. Now, the problem about Leshen is the amount of defenses he has. He has only 9 of them. Good thing is you have 8 1 health sidekicks to put in the way, and you have a lot of discard to make the opponent lose value. Plus, you threaten +3 attacks whenever they get to you. So, yeah, they don't want to interact with you that often. So I often just tend to attack with defenses because I don't need them. Um, Also, problem is you have no movement effects on defense, so if an opponent ever gets to you by some kind of movement effects, they can definitely double attack. And even worse is you don't have cancels. So yeah, any type of effects farbing on you or the wolves might hurt you a bit. But that's kind of it. For your good matchups, you are a Sherlock counter, which is already very nice. Since Sherlock can't really pressure you in any way, and you will just heal the constant chip damage from his schemes, he doesn't really do much. Like, you just outvalue him. Golden Bat, also kind of the same. He can only get to you like 2 or 3 times in the game, and then you just heal and just keep slapping him with 4s or 5s, and he dies. She-Hulk gets fatigued. Bigfoot, also, kinda doesn't really get to you if you get your wolves. If you get them, if you get your schemes. Fun times. Well, yeah, then it's also pretty much your favorite. Siri, yeah, you just position in a way where she either has to overdraw at the start to get source or go in Legend Zone and then you slap her so hard that she can't really recover from that. And Moonlight, we already talked about, that is a free win. Now, for the bad matchups. Um, Leshen is a weird one because he almost destroys, or at least is even with almost everything in B or higher. But he's really bad against the low tiers, which is funny, which is also why I love him so much. Um, so I didn't actually put the low tiers in that much, like Geralt and Bruce are here. But those 4 that you see there on the top are like the only ones I really consider Leshen counters from like the high tiers. Houdini absolutely demolishes you. Like, you have 9 defenses and he just wrecks you. Rex, the same, just runs all over you. Daredevil can fatigue you because, hey, you don't have cancels. And Tadusa Gaze exists. Like, technically, if you defend all 3 gazes, I think it's Leshen favored. Just, yeah, that won't happen. I tried the matchup a lot against Kiet, and yeah, it didn't really work out. Technically, it is Leshen favored if you call out gazes, but you don't. And then, yeah, Geralt combos you and Bruce also combos you. But other than that, like, from the actual relevant characters in meta, I don't think there is a single bad matchup except like Electra. Even Strange is playable and your favorite into Sherlock. So yeah, do with that what you want. Leshen is a menace. And now we get to our great Greek hero Achilles. Achilles also like basically stayed in the same spot due to just like his overall pretty good nature. Like, he'll always be decent in the meta, I think. Um, he of course has Pet, who is annoying as hell. Like, uh, Everyone hates Pat. Um, you have +2 on attacks after Pat is dead. So that's just insane. You can throw so many sixes at them and 3 into 5 double attack. Um, of course, you also draw a card if you win the combat once Pat is dead, which is just insane pressure. Like you just run at the opponent and keep slapping them. Um, you have Battle Hardened, which technically can loop, and that in itself is such a big thing that yeah, we just saw it Cobble and Frogs in a specific matchup at the end. I won't spoil anything, but yeah, Battle Hardened played a big role in that. Um, and then of course you also have 18 health, so yeah, slapping you back while you're enraged is quite hard. Now, the problem is you don't have card draw before Pet is dead, so before that, if you don't get your helms or right tools, you might be pressured a lot and be forced to play a lot of your good cards before Enrage. You have a very bad fatigue game once Pet dies, so you have to be really sure when to kill him off and be sure that you are able to kill the opponent at that point. The 2 self-random discards when he dies is also not great. And big problem is you only have 6 3 or 4 boosts, meaning on a move 5 map you can only reach the opponent 6 times in the whole game. So against many characters, if they have like a fatigue advantage on you on a move 5 map, they will just kill Pet and then run away the whole game because you can only attack them 6 times. You'll always basically double maneuver due to drawing on win. And yeah, then they will win fatigue if they just attack you back once or twice. So yeah, that's Achilles' big problems. But like if you put Achilles on his map, on a move 4 map, have fun dealing with him. But a good matchups. I mean, Houdini, you really like Houdini because you can just keep attacking him and don't really worry about being counterattacked because yeah, you draw cards. She-Hulk is still pretty good for you. Even though it's like even-ish. Achilles' side is quite nice, just due to slapping her pretty hard and not really caring about her throwing due to her high health. Sinbad, yeah, you don't really care, you just rush him down. T-Rex, you can just put Patton away and then slap the lizard back. Tomoe hates sidekicks, and Pat is one hell of an annoying sidekick, and Tesla will get pressured a lot. For the bad matchups, I mean, Duza fatigues you. Wukong and Injin just put 70 billion sidekicks in your way. Yan can also usually outvalue you. Usually. Um, Drag can fatigue, and Invisible Man can fatigue. But other than that, like there are not many answers to an Achilles on a move 4 map. So yeah, he'll always stay here. Like that will be a fact forever. And who will also always be here is Wukong, who actually moved up even further. Yeah, Wukong is just insane. Like Wukong has one of the most insane value games in the game. His infinite one health sidekick spam gameplay just shuts down 50% of the characters, which is, yeah, broken, let's be honest. I still like him, I love him, but it's broken, let's be honest. He has insane defenses for the chances that the opponent ever gets to him. And he has 5 print 7 attacks, because why not? Yeah. I mean, bad things about him, he doesn't really have card draw, so he will be double maneuvering a lot. He doesn't have cancels, which is big. He has low mobility, being a move 2 fighter with like not many movement effects. Um, and he has a low amount of good blocks. So the blocks that he has, Bewilderment, Chainmail, are really, really, really good, but he only has 4 of them. So if you are a fighter that can attack him a lot, okay, now we're talking. For the good matchups. I mean, any type of melee Unga Bunga fighter. Sinbad doesn't do anything. Golden Bat dies from your pressure. Injin doesn't do anything. Bigfoot dies from your pressure. Achilles dies from your pressure. Aridin is crying in his bed, slapping his aides at 1 health clones. Nice. So yeah, those characters will just always cry against Wukong. It's funny. For the bad matchups, Duza just pings off your clones and then goes in and yeah, pins you and harasses you the whole time. Yen has Stallion and yeah, also just keeps attacking you with doubles. Shell can farm effects on your clones. Rex rushes you down. Daredevil just yeah fatigues you because no cancels. And Siri doesn't give a crap about anything you do because yeah, I don't know. She can even take Ox to the face and say, yeah, I don't care. I win value anyways because it's Siri. So yeah, I mean, Witcher overall didn't hurt Wukong that much. I mean, Ciri is not great for him, but everything else like even or favored for him. So yeah, Leshen is even. Geralt is basically a free win. Eredin is basically a free win. Yentris is even-ish, if not favored for him. So yeah, I mean, Wukong just shuts down the Billy characters so much that yeah, he will stay here forever. Also against Battle of Legends 1 and 3, like I already know he will just absolutely destroy Pandora and Chupa and probably Loki as well, to be honest. And yeah, maybe Blackbeard can do stuff. I don't know. But yeah, we'll see. Wukong will for now at least stay here. And now for the last one in A plus, we have Houdini, who is moving up for 4, 5, um, which is insane. Like a already top tier character moving up even further due to a new set is just it's insane. I mean, we know Houdini. Houdini can win any matchup out of nowhere. He has insane mobility, a great combo potential, really high value attacks, and boost tricks. And especially set the stage does stuff. Like set the stage is one of the most broken cards in all of Unmatched, in my opinion. Um, Technically, cons are he has low blocks. Sure, if the opponent ever gets to attack him back. He has low health. Sure, if the opponent ever gets to attack him back. He has almost no card draw without boosting. Well, you don't really care if you warp to the other side of the board and then just keep double maneuvering. And he hates discards. Well, that's a thing that actually exists and that can do stuff against him. Because if he loses the cards he wants to attack with, he needs to boost. He's already spending a lot of cards on attacks. That can hurt him. But yeah, the other ones often don't even matter. Now, for good matchups, I mean, he absolutely demolishes Tesla and Golden Bat. They can't handle his pressure. Same goes for Red usually. Luke also loses like the only defense he has in hand and gets slapped by an 8 in the face. And yeah, Titania, yeah, kind of same-ish. Already doesn't have that many defenses, and against Houdini even less. And Sherlock, I mean, Sherlock doesn't do much. And now we can put every single Witcher character on the good matchups as well, except for Eredin. Because Houdini destroys all of them, which is just insane. Like, Ciri dies in seconds, Leshen dies in seconds, Yennefer dies in seconds, Philippa dies in seconds, and Geralt also kind of does. It's just, yeah. Houdini was made to counter this set, except for Aridin, but yeah, that's why he moved up so much. Because basically, as you see, all of Witcher is really meta relevant, and since he kind of shuts down all of them, he was a perma ban in Spring Showdown. I think he got like, I don't know, 3 plays or something because no one wanted to mess with him. And yeah, for the bad matchups, I mean, Achilles, yeah, can survive and then just slap him back. Bigfoot has 5 cancels. Duza makes him discard a lot. Robin can pressure him, actually, funnily enough. And Shulk makes him discard too much, and Eredin puts like 70 billion sidekicks in his way and then slaps him too hard afterwards. So, yeah, he has some counters, but especially in Spring Showdown, where, yeah, people could easily mirror ban like Achilles, Bigfoot, Duza wasn't even in play, Shulk wasn't there, Eredin was always banned. You had to ban Houdini. It was rough. It was rough. And now A plus is done. Woohoo! Let's start going into the best of the best that are not banned. Perma. The S tier. Characters 9 to 4. So yeah, big 3 will remain big 3. These fighters here will usually take some bans. Like, if there are any pre-bans in any game or draft, like, most of the time it will be these. If they are available, they are usually one of, if not the best pick you can go for at any time. They only have like 2 or 3 meta relevant counters that really just like destroy them. And they just always dictate the draft in a certain direction because, yeah, they just basically win against almost everything. Let's start with Yen, who actually dropped a bit, funnily enough. Previously regarded in the big four, now on number 9, and I think she will keep dropping a bit more in the future. But for now, she's still absolutely S tier. She has an insane value game, with technically 7 discards if we count the second attack form doubles as a discard, because the opponent has to spend a second card on it. She has great mobility, an insane health total, really good combo potential, 9 auto damage. There's nothing she really can't do. Except for 2 things. She has low card draw, so she might get pressured a bit, and she has no cancels. Especially the later one is what loses her 90% of the matchups in the bad ones. For the good ones, I mean, we all know Yen, right? She didn't really like do anything new now all of a sudden. She's still really good into Duza, outvaluing her. Moon Knight can't really do much against her. Bigfoot as well. Wukong, Injin, Leshen. All characters that like she can just chip away from a distance and keep harassing. Although Leshen can do stuff against it. Let's say that. I just put him there because yeah, she likes the matchup a bit more, but on Leshen's map, it's evenish, I'd say. For the bad ones, I mean, we actually have 2 new bad matchups for Yen, which is funny because before she only really had like 4 matchups she didn't like. Golden Bat countered her, Sinbad is the existence of a Yen counter. Daredevil, of course, yay, no feints. And Electra, just, yeah, outright outvalued her. Everything else was at least even or, yeah, maybe Yen favored. And now, just with one set with Witcher, we have 2 new characters to add to the list, which is also why she dropped so much. Both Ciri and Yennefer and Triss, I'd say, are Yen counters. Like Yennefer and Triss more so than Ciri, but even Ciri, I'd say, is almost a Yen counter. Because they either just outvalue her to such an extent that her game plan doesn't work anymore, or in Ciri's case, can rush her down with so many high value attacks. It's not funny. Um, yeah, I think Yen definitely suffered a bit in Witcher. I mean, sure, Leshen is slightly her favorite. Eridan is even, I'd say. Philippa is a free win, sure, but yeah, Geralt is good for her, but yeah, the really meta relevant ones, Ciri, Yen, um, Leshen, and Eridan are all like bad or even-ish. So yeah, I don't think she really liked the set. And it will keep getting worse. Like no cancels, just something that I don't know. And since Yen doesn't really shut down an archetype as much as Wukong, I think she will I don't know, just slowly move down. She'll always be like somewhat good because she's 50-50 with almost every single character in the game. But there will just like every single set there will be like one character that starts countering her and next one it will be another one and that just adds to the list and yeah. We'll see how it goes. Well, yeah, as for now, Yen will stay here at number 9. Now, new Eridan at number 8. Yeah, boy did I underestimate this skeleton. Oh boy, oh boy, oh boy. Eridan has insanely high value attacks. Um, he can slap you with an 8, with a 5 that random discards your card. Um, why not with a 3 that ignores your value if you had an immediately effect? Cool. Um, he has insanely high defenses, 5 value skirmishes that he can also attack with technically. Wild Hunt is just a counter punch on steroids because it is a 4 that deals 2 to the opponent and it even deals 2 to each adjacent opponent. It's like Wily cracked, like huh? His mobility is insane because he is move 3 and has like absurd boost values and actually a decent amount of movement. He has up to 6 one health sidekicks. So, up to 7. Never mind, I can't count because he has 3 revives. Okay, he has up to 7 one health sidekicks, which is even worse. I mean, why not? In the matchups where he doesn't just go Unga Bunga, he can body block like a maniac. Woohoo! And he doesn't take effect damage. I think he would have been totally fine if that ongoing effect wasn't there. Like he still would have been really strong, but at least some characters could have done something about him. Now yeah, you can't slap him with pure damage because his defenses are too high. You can't kill him with auto because he doesn't take auto damage. You can't kill him with fatigue because he will kill you before that because his attacks are so high. You just have to hope that either he never gets to you and you have some kind of way of body blocking in hell, or you have to land some kind of undefended attack by pressuring him too hard, which is hard against a character that slaps you into oblivion. So yeah, I mean his two cons are yeah his amount of defense is not great technically, um, and he has no cancels before he enrages. Although both of those are not that bad for him to be honest. For the good matchups, I mean he usually absolutely destroys Achilles. Um, he just does everything Achilles does in better. He is, like I said already, like pretty red counter. Houdini can't do much because yeah, you put 7 sidekicks in the way and then slap him way too hard with 5 your random discards and 8s because why not? And deal 6 damage back to him on defense. Drak doesn't do anything. It's cool. Bigfoot doesn't do anything. Moon Knight doesn't do anything. Yeah, I don't know. It's Aaron is a bit stupid to be honest. Like the main thing I just dislike about him is that you just shut your brain off and go unga bunga in 90% of the matchups and he wins. It's so fun and interactive. Everyone loves Eridan. What are bad matchups? I mean, Genie is a counter. Nice, because Genie can just keep slapping at him. Wukong, also, yeah, you don't ever get to him. Rex will just keep running at you. Jill can technically survive you the whole game and outvalue you, which is quite nice. And Engineer, you also never get to him, but that's kind of it. Like you're even with Sherlock, like meh. I don't know. Everything is just bleh. Let's just keep moving on. It's we don't like the skeleton. Bigfoot. Bigfoot stays at his wonderful number 7 spot, and well, I mean the rest of the characters here up here won't really change. So yeah, they're just fundamentally is way too strong. So the ones that were way too strong before will probably stay way too strong forever. Um, he still has insanely good defenses, like 5 cancels, so many high value attacks. Prince 6 attacks is so wild. Jack is a menace with 6 auto and being able to use almost anything. He has technically 9 auto damage if we count savagery. He has insane movement effects, so yeah, he never gets pressured really because hey, either cancels your effect or just moves away. Nice. Um, and he has great card draw due to his ability and even regroup poking. So yeah, there's nothing really he can't do except for actually like discarding or value game. But he doesn't need that because that's boring. Um, for the cons, I mean, his amount of defenses, again, just like with Aerodin, is not that great, but if you only get attacked once max each turn while slapping the opponent with sixes the whole time, yeah, doesn't really matter that much. He can't really deal with 1 health sidekicks that well, at least attacking wise. Sure, he has a lot of movement effects to get through them, but if he actually has to punch at them, there's not much he can do. Sure, savagery is like wily ping, but the opponent will just position around that. Um, and of course he doesn't like auto damage because yeah, all of his defenses are basically yeah, come at me, bro, and high value or cancel. So yeah, his 16 health can be very juicy, but if you can somehow deal him damage back on defense or via schemes, he doesn't like that. For the good matchups, yeah, he runs over Tesla and Houdini. Same with Tomoe and Luke because you start with guaranteed lethal. Daredevil, you have 5 cancels and Widow dies. For the bad matchups, Duza can just yeah make you lose too much value. You have to punch through 5 1 health sidekicks, 6 discards, and yeah, at some point you won't have defense. And then Gaze does grrr. Yeah, Yen kinda same-ish, just too much value to go through. Sherlock will just yeah run away and do Sherlock things that I even have to mention. Sherlock in bad matchups already tells you that Bigfoot is strong. Wukong is like kind of like designed to be his counter with these 70 billion sidekicks. Aridin is not great for you because again 70 billion sidekicks and then he just slaps you to death. And then yeah, Leshen also too many sidekicks and slaps you too hard. But other than that, yeah, there's nothing really that Bigfoot is afraid of, to be honest. Yeah, Ingen is still not great on Muldoon's map, but do you really care? I don't think so. Yeah, Bigfoot stays a menace. His kid is just overtuned as hell. I don't know. And he will just keep staying up here just due to 5 cancels and so many high attacks. That will never change. Will always be good. And now, the last new Witcher character, Ciri, which... Oh boy, oh boy. Like, there's nothing really I can talk about her except for these 3 things. She has insanely good effects. She can't be cancelled as 7 source, which is stupid. And she can do basically everything. There's not much else I can do. She can go and slap you with 5 sevens. She can go and deal how much auto damage? 18? I mean, why not? She can go ahead and infinite recur her deck. She can go with 5 random discards. Um, yeah, the only problem she has is getting to that point. Because she has low card draw if she doesn't have Unicorn Ally, and she needs like 3 or 4 turns to get to that point. But once she is there, she will win. And yeah, so the only things that can do stuff against Ciri is if you can like in that first couple of turns absolutely destroy her. If you give her time, she wins. Because no matter what you try, she will have a answer. That's just how Ciri works. And yeah, people might say, yeah, but you have to sometimes use your sword cast of optimally. Yeah, she doesn't care. Like the effects are all so strong that like you can make them all work. Sure, there are some that you like to use earlier than others, but yeah, you don't care. Well, the good matchups, you are favored into Electra, because why not? You destroy Luke because of the auto damage, you kill Yen, you don't care about Wukong, you can just live through Titania and Moonlight. So we have like, okay, you win Fatigue versus Electra, cool. You just kill Luke with auto damage because you have so much. You can kill Yen, you can not care about Wukong's value, you don't get rushed down by Titania, and you don't care about Moon Knight's high attacks. So yeah, there's like nothing you really care about except for the characters that instantly nuke you, like Raptors, or Houdini, or Rex. Those 3 are like the, okay, I kill you in the first 3 turns characters. The only things that can do something a bit against Ciri. And then Leshen, because Leshen, yeah, kinda can do the same thing, but Leshen just slaps so hard at the end that, yeah, he can still do stuff against you. But other than that, yeah, she is even or wins against everything, and it is not even close. What should I say? I don't know. Series busted. Let's go. Now, actually, moving up one, Golden Bat. Now, Golden Bat still stays kind of the same busted as before. Um, he still has one of the most insane value games I've ever seen. He has an insane fatigue game. He has broken mobility, great value blocks, and so many trash cards to throw away that the opponent loses so much of that value that, yeah, it's broken. Again, only 2 real bad things about him. He has low card draw, so he can be pressured, and he has a low amount of good defenses. So if you can continuously slap him, he might run into a situation where he doesn't have the right stuff. Now, why I put him above Ciri is because he dominates his matchups a bit more than she does. At least like throughout the whole game. With Ciri, there might be a point where she doesn't draw her source cards in the right order or something. Whereas with Bat, you usually don't care. But you could also just swap them because technically, matchup wise, I think Ciri is just better. But yeah, I put Golden Bat up 1 because I didn't want to, yeah, scare people off on Siri too much. For his good matchups, I mean, he's a Yenenga counter, he's a Medusa counter, he's a Shield counter. That should tell you enough. He counters Moon Knight because he never gets to him. He counters Injin because, yeah, he just kills him and plays value. And yeah, even Tesla can't really counter him with combos or anything. So yeah, his only really bad matchups are like Sherlock Electra. But it's strange that I even have to mention these three is absurd. And the only three that will be played usually is like Tomoe, Houdini, Wukong. Those are the only that I can really think of that really directly counter him. Like Tomoe, yeah, you have to run away a lot and take pings. Houdini rushes you down, and Wukong, yeah, can pressure you a lot. I mean, technically Rex is also a counter, but I have even seen Golden Bat win Rex because move 5 map. So yeah, I don't know. Um, yeah, Golden Bat keeps being stupid, and yeah, I guess we just have to deal with that. And then last one in S is Medusa. I guess no one is surprised about this. Again, there's like the same Medusa that we have since like I don't know 5 years. When was Battle of Legends Volume 1 released? I don't know. She has an insane value game with 6 discards. She has 3 damage with pings almost each turn. She has great mobility being move 3 ranged and dash movement effect and harpies have movement effects. She has good card draw with regroups and snipes. There's like nothing she doesn't do. She has high attacks for second shots. She can instant nuke you if you take with Gaze, so you have to defend everything. I guess she has only 12 defenses, but to be honest, how many characters can actually get that far? There's not many. Um, for the good matchups, I mean, yeah, basically everyone. I mean, there's not much reason to go over these. Achilles, yeah, loses too much value. Bigfoot loses too much value. Moon Knight does. Wukong gets pressured too hard. Houdini takes too long to get through your sidekicks, and yeah, Leshen, I mean, gets gazed. For the bad matchups, yeah, I mean, Golden Bat. Golden Bat cannot value you. Yen cannot value you, and Daredevil plays fatigue, and then yeah, Strange can farm heals, and Yennefer, I guess, can also outvalue you. But there's only like those 4 technically. Um, okay, 3. Let's say 3. Bat, Daredevil, and Yennefer are the only ones that are really relevant direct counters because Strange will be banned and Yen on Duza's map is still playable, I guess. But yeah, I don't know. Duza just does everything forever. I don't know. There's nothing she can't do, and she will never be bad because she will always be broken. Nice. And that should be the S tier. And now we get into the S plus, so the big three, the absolute broken best of the best fighters in all match, on match that won't change, that are just banned in almost every tournament. No one wants to play against them except for me. I like them. And if you don't ban them, have all the possible counters in your lineup because otherwise they win. Strange. As number 3, he still is the weakest out of the 3 because yeah, he loses a bit harder than the other ones. But yeah, he has an insane value game with technically infinite cards. He has an insane fatigue game with a quadrillion passes. He has infinite healing, insane card draw. He has combo potential. I mean, I guess technically he has low health and needs to take damage to draw, but often he doesn't need to be honest, because yeah, he just doesn't need to. His good matchups, I mean, he destroys Electra, funnily enough. He destroys Duza, he destroys Shulk and Wukong and Red and G-Bat. Like, he basically destroys half of the S tier, just out of nowhere, because why not? Um, for the bad matchups, Rex rushes him down, Tesla can kill him with damage, Moon Knight can, and Bullseye. That's kinda it. From there, like, you don't really care against anything else, I think. Houdini can be a bit of a mad. Sinbad might be with good draw, but it's like so much luck that yeah, you'd rather just not play against him. I don't know, he's stupid. Let's go to the next one. Electra, woohoo! Um, Staying at number 2. Again, the same value game. You have a 40 card deck with 4 sidekicks, and then you can recur two of them, and then you get another four, and then you can recur another two of them. So yeah, 12 one of sidekicks, nice. Then two chosen discards, four sixes. Um, yeah, why not? You have insane combo potential. When you revive, you can just kill the opponent instantly. You have insane defenses. I mean, yeah, the hand can't cancel, which might be a problem technically, and you have no card draw, which you don't care about because you have just a quadrillion one of sidekicks to throw at the opponent, and you just double maneuver each turn. I like the turn where Electro double maneuvered. Play good matchups. Yes. What should I say? Yes. The bad matchups, yeah, Luke is favored into you just due to cycling, still standing on hands, and then actually having the survivability to survive your combo. Strange just has infinite healing on you. Panther can steal half of your deck, and then maybe when and Siri, yeah, kills you with auto later. I mean, technically, Daredevil and She-Hulk also have games into her, but both I still prefer the Electro side due to combo. And yeah, I don't know. Electro is probably the one that I dislike the most out of this big three. Like Sherlock and Strange, I'm still fine with playing against or playing as. I don't mind, but Electro is just. Bleh. And yeah, and now I spoiled number one. Who would have thought? Sherlock. Woohoo. Um, yeah, insane value game again, insane fatigue again, insane defenses, insane amount of auto damage. Like he has so much health and so many good defenses that he just in many matchups just doesn't even take damage at the end because why not? And it's like he doesn't even have to attack you to kill you with like three counter punches, dealing six, two master disguises, dealing two, that's eight, and then like there's the three confirms that usually at least also take like deal two or three damage in pro play because we know the cards. And thus we have like, I don't know, let's say 2, 2, 3 is another 7 auto damage, that's 15, have fun. And the 5 chosen discards basically, and 5 cancels, because why not? For the cons, I mean, technically he has almost no draw. He has education, which is a bit unreliable, but meh. And he has not that many defenses, like 15. Yeah, I don't know. You don't really care. Good matchups, yes. And bad matchups, I mean, Titanium. Titania is your hard counter because yeah, she doesn't care about basically any of your pros. Houdini can burst you down, maybe if he's lucky. Raptors, same. And Leshen is probably like your second biggest counter because he just outvalues you. Yeah. I mean, it's Sherlock. What do you expect? So that would be the full tier list for now. Now, as promised, we'll talk a bit about Battle of Legends Volume 3 and my first thoughts about them. We'll start from my suspected weakest to strongest. So yeah, let's go and start with Loki. Now, I was a bit disappointed by Loki, at least from his like early deck, because I see a lot of problems. And after I played him at Copper and Frogs, yeah, I do get the feeling that he is not that great. Because Loki doesn't handle pressure that well. He doesn't have a lot of card draw himself. And of course, he gives the opponent cards. So he gives them tools to pressure him and attack him more. At the same time, while that would be okay if he can then like threaten high value attacks in return to make them worry about pressuring him, he can't really do that. Like, he doesn't have a single consistent 5 value attack. Not one. He only has fours or lower and not even like auto damage on his cards, which is just ridiculous to me. Like he doesn't deal damage. Yeah, sure he has Ragnarok, but the opponent will just instantly play the tricks anyways. Like they don't really care about that. And that's just the point where I say like, okay, what actually is Loki's win condition in a game? It can't be Ragnarok. It can't be fatigue. because yeah, sure you have two passes and technically two recursion on top, but you also give the opponent like I don't know 6, 7 cards in each game. So you also can't really play value that well. I don't know, and you can't kill them. I don't see Loki's game plan, at least not yet. Maybe it's just me, but if the opponent just instantly plays your tricks, there's not much you can do. And that's kinda sad because I was kinda excited for Loki, this trickster, um, messing with the opponent and them playing your cards for bad effects. Just sounds like such a cool gimmick, but yeah, I don't know. He doesn't have a win condition, at least in my opinion. Like he has a decent enough value game, and in some matchups the effects can be detrimental enough for the opponent to, I don't know, try overdraw them and then you put them onto your deck so you can play fatigue maybe. But if in most cases if they just instantly play them, like if you play against any of the +2 characters, I don't know, Achilles, Moon Knight, anyone, if you give them a Baldur's, yeah, sure, do they care about taking 2 damage? Not really, especially Moon Knight, like if he's Khonshu. And then he just slaps you with an extra 6, have fun. Like, I don't know, I don't see the vision. So for me, I'd say right now he's somewhere around C plus. I don't know. Maybe if people figure him out a bit more and discover some hidden strat to get a guaranteed 9 Ragnarok or something at the end. I don't know. Maybe he will move up, but right now I just don't see the vision in him and how he should actually win games consistently against like the high tiers. I don't know. Maybe it's just me. And next up we have Pandora. When Pandora is just a weird one. Because of course she relies on gambling a lot. Technically, you have infinite one health sidekicks. You have 6 cancels, 3 of which are offensive only, sure, but that's still 6 cancels and 2 ignores, so you shut down a lot of what the opponent is doing. You have many high value attacks. I just played Pandora into Yen against Luca from my team, and I think in one game I played like 5 Heras as like 6, 7, 8, 8, 8, and Yen died, which is funny. Like that can happen. You have potential recursion with hindsight, of course, and it's actually not like you really always recur the same thing. Like often at in the Yen matchup, for example, I saw myself recurring either Zeus or Hera most of the time, just to deal her damage or move her out of the zone of her archers or the archers away and draw cards and something. There's a lot of things you can do, or even like recurring extra feints into Sinbad or whatever. But on the other hand, you also have like low value defenses overall if we like ignore the ignores. Haha, funny. Because you don't have any more like consistent force except for like boost and blind boost, in which case you lose value. Plus the box damage can backfire a lot. How I usually go for the box is I don't really care about it. Like the first three, even if there are already two misfortunes, two miseries in there, two of the feathers, I just keep opening because I'm like, yeah, do I really care? Not really. Um, from that point onwards, it becomes a bit iffy, but yeah, I feel like you need those like balls to have like the 4 or 5 open to actually like set your win condition of winning with big value Harris. Because if you always only open 2 or like 3 or are scared at the first if there's misfortune, I don't think you will actually get much out of the deck because you won't get a lot of value and a lot of the cards just don't work. So yeah, I'm not sure on her yet. I'd say she's somewhere around B plus, maybe A. Of course, it also relies a lot on what you draw in the box, of course. But yeah, I've seen her do some disgusting things into Sinbad, just like Yen today. Luke seems quite doable. Moon Knight. Yeah, there's like I see the potential, but yeah, I'll just have to test her a bit more. Um, yeah, we'll see. Sounds like a good stuff. But yeah, we'll go for the next one. Chupa. Chupa is for me somewhere around A. Chupa has insane healing on top of his 14 health. He has great combo potential with the feedings later. He has insane mind games with the more they struggle. He has so many high value attacks and insane pressure due to his ability. But the big problem about Chupa is his conditional effects. Because he has so many high value attacks that they had to be balanced in a way that many of them don't trigger. What do I mean by that? Feeding only really triggers if you're at 7 or lower health. So other than that, it's a blank 4, which is not bad, but not good. Same with blood. Like, blood also just usually is a blank 4 if you didn't set it up properly before. Um, Wounded Beast is blank 3 for half of the game. So you lose out a lot of value by having to play these cards suboptimally, from what I've seen. And yeah, it's just weird. Like, there are a lot of matchups where, from my point of view, Chupa just runs at you and you can't do anything about it. And then there are a lot of matchups where Chupa runs at you and gets slapped back harder and then dies. It's weird. I don't know. I'm not too sure on Chupa yet. Um, I'd say he's somewhere around A. He seems just like a more consistent T-Rex in what he's doing. But I might be wrong about that one. Like, I can definitely see someone like, I don't know, Angry Achilles just slapping him back just as hard, just as like how he does it against T-Rex. But yeah, we'll have to see how he does into the more top tiers. Like, I can also imagine like Bigfoot absolutely destroying him due to the 5 cancels and then just slapping him back with 6, because why not? Um, but yeah, we'll see. Chupa definitely seems like a very volatile fighter where either you can do something about him or you just instantly die. But we'll see. I think the one with the most potential in the box is Blackbeard. At least right now. He has insane effects. He can have 5 discards, 2 random, 3 chosen from him, which is bonkers. Potentially 6 1 health sidekicks on top of that. Many high value attacks, 8 auto damage, and he just forces the opponent to make bad choices the whole time. Like, when they decide whether to use a doublon or not, it's just, okay, do I want this bad thing to happen or this bad thing to happen? It's just, they don't like the choice. Plus, they're incentivized to spend so many resources to actually dealing Blackbeard damage, because otherwise you get to do so many crazy things. And I think they also lose a lot of value by that. Now, problem is his defensive situation can kind of go into this infinite loop where maybe if you don't have Sea Dogs right now, and you have one doublon, the opponent has one doublon, they come and attack you, you play your chosen discard, they spend the doublon, they attack with a 4 and they instantly get it back, and that just keeps cycling and cycling and cycling. So at the start, I think there is some way for the opponent that there can be some kind of cycle that can backfire on Blackbeard quite easily. But at the same time, when I see some of his games, especially like when we played him at Frogs, into like Yen and Duza, that was weird because they had to overextend so many times just to try to deal him damage, because otherwise he would just wreck them. I don't know. It's weird. Like, I can see him also working into like the big slapper characters like Bigfoot, I don't know. Um, just due to like 6 one health sidekicks, and then if he plays his 3 getting doublon back schemes, I forgot the name, at the right time, um, to guarantee his good defenses going, I think he can do stuff. I don't know, I might be overrating him a bit here, but I say he's somewhere around A, and definitely the one I'm most curious about. to learn more and to play more. But yeah, that would be my thoughts on Blackbeard. And that would also be it for the whole video. Let's see where, ah, 4 hours, 15 plus or minus minutes. Why not? Uh, Wonderful. It's 4 a.m. now. I guess feel free to write questions in the comments. Also, remember, this is only my current tier list, although I have checked with a lot of my team members on the Discord, and also I'm listening like to opinions and feelings of the community and ideas each day. And this is still just how I would currently rank them. Um, of course, everyone will have different preferences in what kind of fighters they rate higher. For example, me rating Winter Soldier and Luke lower due to consistency and stuff, just due to my playstyle. And of course, I'm probably a bit biased for Red, just due to her being my main and stuff. But yeah. I try to be as objective as possible while still reasoning it, but yeah, everyone will have different preferences in what characters they do like to play more and tend to value a bit higher. If you don't agree on the placement, just tell me in the comments and what you have changed and why. Um, it's still a fun thing to hear any other one's opinions on characters. Maybe there's a trick or a matchup that I didn't consider or didn't know about yet. Because let's be honest, no one in this game knows every single matchup and every single play on every fighter. Like, I'd say I barely know 5%. um, so yeah, if you have some cool thoughts on this, just write it in the comments. And for now, I'd say until next time. Bye bye.